Chapter 555. Lu Feng's arrival undoubtedly made Lulu feel a little bored. Originally, she didn't want to participate in this kind of gathering. However, with Lu Feng by her side, Lulu felt that this banquet was so interesting for the first time. However, the only thing that made her uncomfortable was that there was a big source of light beside her. That was Lu Fei, who was shamelessly following her. Many of the surrounding students sensibly retreated to the side. Even if someone saw Lu Feng, they would still respectfully greet Lu Feng. Many people had seen the meeting between Lu Feng and Lulu. Lulu was already the center of attention, so the sudden appearance of a boy who made her so open naturally attracted everyone's attention. Plus, Lu Feng didn't deliberately lower his voice, so these people easily heard the conversation between Lu Feng and Lulu. At this moment, they all knew that Lu Feng wasn't Lulu's boyfriend. He was Lulu's cousin. Moreover, this cousin was such a terrifying person. He had casually given his cousin a suspension car worth 500 million Federation dollars. With Lu Feng's temperament and wealth, plus Lu Feng's identity as Lulu's cousin, the people who knew about it all showed a look of awe towards Lu Feng. Lulu was naturally the happiest that these people didn't come to disturb them. Of course, she hoped that Lu Fei, this huge source of light, would leave as soon as possible. Unfortunately, her hopes were dashed. No matter where the two of them went, Lu Fei always followed them closely. This made Lulu grit her teeth helplessly. Although many people present knew about Lu Feng's identity, not everyone knew about it. Soon, the news of Lulu hugging a strange man spread throughout the university. The developed use of the Sky Network was vividly displayed at this moment. In the beginning, Lulu and Lu Feng just wandered back and forth in this small area. However, as time went by, Lulu wanted to go to other places to take a look. Lu Feng, who had originally planned to accompany Lulu to relax, naturally didn't care. Today, he was just following Lulu's wishes. However, not long after they left, a troublesome matter came. The reason for that was because the more they traveled, the more people they saw. Lu Feng also felt more and more strange gazes directed at him. Many people were glaring at Lu Feng with resentment in their eyes. Lu Feng had seen this kind of gaze too many times. Back when he was in the foreign battlefields, he saw this kind of gaze all the time. However, back then, he could take revenge and kill anyone who didn't submit or provoked him. But he couldn't do it here. Because this was the Federal University, the people around him were all his fellow humans. The Federal University was his teacher's school. No matter how dissatisfied Lu Feng was, he couldn't do anything here. That would violate the rules of the Federal University. Because of these reasons, Lu Feng couldn't wantonly kill these late-stage talents of the human race like he had done to the foreign races. Most importantly, they hadn't done anything overboard. If they had really done something that Lu Feng couldn't accept, perhaps Lu Feng wouldn't have considered it. An hour had passed. The worst thing that Lu Feng had encountered was that someone had deliberately stopped Lu Feng and glared at him fiercely. Other than that, nothing else happened. Lulu didn't care about this at all. She knew how terrifying Lu Feng's existence was. In the current world, there were countless people who wanted to kill Lu Feng, including the supreme existences of the various peak Overlord races. However, Lu Feng was still alive and well. In fact, his strength was even more terrifying. In the foreign battlefields, Lu Feng was still terrifying to an unfathomable degree without anyone's help. At that time, he had relied on his own strength to establish an immortal reputation. One had to know that the people who wanted to kill Lu Feng back then were all peak existences of the various major races. Any one of them was enough to sweep through everything. If those world-shocking existences couldn't do it, then these students naturally couldn't. Therefore, Lulu wasn't worried about Lu Feng and the hostile gazes of these Federal University students. Lulu wasn't worried because she really knew everything. However, Lu Fei was different. Although she saw that Lu Feng's appearance and temperament were similar to what Lulu had described, she didn't believe that Lu Feng's power was the same as what Lulu had described. In her eyes, Lu Feng might be very talented, but compared to those geniuses of the Federal University, he was still lacking. No matter how strong he was, he was only on par with them. Facing so much hostility would be very detrimental to his future development. After all, Lu Feng had said that he would study at the Federal University in the future. Lu Feng didn't care about this. The gazes of the surrounding people didn't affect Lu Feng at all. His main focus was now on Lulu. However, Lulu's mind wasn't all on playing. Lulu had already noticed Lu Fei's strange behavior. Finally, Lulu couldn't bear to see Lu Fei's nervous face and said, "Little Fei, you don't have to worry about anything. Cousin isn't as simple as you think. No matter how big the matter is, he can shoulder it. Isn't that right, cousin?" After saying this, Lulu looked at Lu Feng with a proud face. Lu Feng chuckled and pinched Lulu's nose affectionately, causing her to giggle. "As long as it's our princess Lulu's matter, no matter how big it is, cousin will shoulder it for you." Lu Feng definitely has the capital to say this. Looking at the relationship between Lu Feng and Lulu, Lu Fei's eyes flashed with a trace of envy. After all, having such a doting brother is something anyone would want to look forward to. Okay, just pretend I was worried for nothing. You don't have to show how close you two are." After saying this, Lu Fei deliberately put on a look of disdain. Lulu smiled and jumped to Lu Fei's side. "What's wrong, envious? If you have the ability, go find a brother like him." After saying this, Lulu ran out and grabbed Lu Feng's arm, swaying as she walked in another direction. The further they went, the more people they saw. Gradually, someone posted a message on the Sky Network, and many people came to watch. Lulu had been studying at the Federal University for more than half a year. She was beautiful, and with that vicissitude, temperament, and mysterious background, it could be said that her status in the school was much higher than the so-called 10 goddesses. There were at least 8,000 people who openly pursued her, if not 10,000. Among them, there was no lack of aristocratic family members and noble sons of financial groups. But up until now, Lulu had never given any face to these people. Today, Lulu was being so intimate with a boy. This naturally caused many people to be curious and gossipy. Unknowingly, 2 hours had passed. According to the usual time of the meal, it would end around 9:30. Now, it was nearing the end of the meal. This time, the happiest person was Lulu. If it hadn't been for Lu Fei's invitation, Lulu would have just stayed in the dormitory. Who would have thought that she would run into her cousin here? Therefore, for the past 2 hours, she had been playing in an unusually relaxed and comfortable manner. Before they knew it, Lu Feng and the other two had already arrived at the center of the room. Usually, at the end of the meal, the school's leaders would come here and have an intermittent interaction. This time it was the same. "Student Lu Feng, so you're here too. How was it? Not bad, right?" Just as the three of them were about to leave, a familiar voice suddenly rang in their ears. Of course, this familiarity was only for Lu Feng. As for Lulu and Lu Fei, they weren't that familiar with this voice. Lu Feng turned around and saw the person walking over. He smiled faintly. "It's okay, the atmosphere is pretty good." Hearing Lu Feng's words, the person smiled faintly and nodded. "Then in the future, Lu Feng, you should participate in more of these activities." Lu Feng smiled faintly and nodded without saying anything. At this moment, Lulu and Lu Fei finally recognized the person who spoke. Lulu, who knew everything about Lu Feng, didn't feel anything. She just stood there quietly. However, Lu Fei was different. At this moment, she was completely shocked, an indescribable shock, because this person was the director of the Federal University. He was the real director of the 4 grades from first year to 4th year. Although Director Zhang was only the director of a school, what was the Federal University? On the surface, it was the largest university in the Federation. It was the source of countless talents in the Federation. Its influence was so wide that even the Federation government had to be wary of it. And on a real level, the Federal University was publicly recognized as one of the 3 peak powers of the human race. It was the most terrifying peak power that could be compared to the Human King and the Lu family Federation government. The Federal University, whether on the surface or in the dark, was a terrifying existence that everyone feared. Although Director Zhang was only one of the directors, he was the director of the Federal University. In fact, he was one of the most important directors. With such an existence, even the family heads of the first-rate families didn't dare to speak too much when they saw him. In front of Director Zhang, all geniuses had to be obedient. Even the top 10 male idols on campus had to respectfully call Director Zhang director when they saw him. In the eyes of most people, Director Zhang wasn't a cold and ruthless person. However, he was abnormally strict and intimidating. At his current position, who had ever seen such a kind Director Zhang, let alone the modesty in his words? Although Lu Fei wasn't old, it didn't mean that she didn't know anything. To be able to become a peak genius psyche master, she had a powerful force behind her. Although it couldn't be compared to the Human King and the Lu family, it was still very terrifying. How could Lu Fei, who came from such a powerful force, be naive when it came to judging people? Chapter 556. Therefore, Lu Fei could tell at a glance that there was a hint of respect in Director Zhang's eyes. And it was this expression that really shocked Lu Fei. She really couldn't imagine that the existence of cousin Lulu actually made Director Zhang talk with awe and with an attitude of looking up to him. That kind of expression was only shown by absolute weaklings. Director Zhang is actually a weakling in front of Lulu's cousin. Then, what kind of terrifying existence is Lulu's cousin? Lu Fei was speechless. At this moment, her mind was in chaos. Gradually, she finally understood why Lulu didn't care about the hostile eyes of the people around her, why she had so much confidence in her cousin, and why she said those words to her. That's right, if Lulu's cousin could really make Director Zhang respect him so much, then these students were nothing at all. Finally, after taking a deep breath, Lu Fei gradually calmed herself down. At this time, Lu Feng also bid farewell to Director Zhang. Seeing Lu Feng's attitude, Lu Fei was even more certain of her guess. This was because when Lu Feng faced Director Zhang, he had never treated him like a director. He was completely calm. It was as if in his eyes, Director Zhang was no different from an ordinary student. Undoubtedly, such an attitude allowed Lu Fei to understand one thing, and that was that Lu Feng's identity was truly incomparably noble to the extreme. Otherwise, he wouldn't have treated such an important director of the Federal University so calmly. After leaving the central area, Lu Feng took the two of them directly to his villa. He had told Lulu that the car he had bought for her was still parked in front of his villa. Originally, the last half an hour was supposed to be the climax of the whole meal. After all, the main directors would all be present at this time. Most students hoped to leave a good impression in front of the teachers, so no one was willing to leave at this time. However, the three of them were different. Lu Feng and Lulu didn't care at all. Their identities were far beyond those of the directors. As for Lu Fei, she was completely captivated by Lu Feng's mysteriousness. Besides, in her eyes, the Crystal Heart was much more important than this so-called gathering and leaving a good impression in front of the head of department. Soon, the three of them arrived in front of Lu Feng's apartment in the hover car. Lulu's eyes lit up when she saw the luxurious villa. "Cousin, your dorm is really big and luxurious." Indeed, Lu Feng also noticed. Although the special admission students had their own private residences, there were very few who had such a luxurious villa like his. At the very least, Lu Feng hadn't seen a second villa like his in the surrounding area. Chuckling, Lu Feng said, "If you like, you can move in and live with me. Anyway, I don't have much time here, so it's up to you." Lulu hesitated for a moment, but shook her head in the end. She didn't really care about enjoyment. Plus, she had two good friends in her residence. If she came here, and Lu Feng could accompany her every day, then Lulu might be very happy. Unfortunately, Lu Feng already made it clear that he wouldn't stay here often. Even if she came here, she would be alone. In that case, she might as well stay with her two good friends. "No, cousin. In our dormitory, a few sisters live together. You should know that in order to apply, we spent a lot of effort. As members of the special admissions class, they all had their own private residences. Although it wasn't as extravagant as Lu Feng's villa, the conditions weren't bad. Later on, it was because they had requested to live together." Lu Feng nodded slightly. If only Lulu moved in Lu Feng wouldn't mind. After all, Lulu was his cousin. However, if Lulu's classmates moved in together, Lu Feng would be a little embarrassed. After all, they were girls. If they lived here, it would inevitably cause misunderstandings. As Lu Feng and Lulu were talking, they didn't notice the strange look on He Lufei's face. Finally, after seeing that the two of them were done talking, He Lufei said to Lu Feng, "Cousin Lulu, what is your identity in the end? The school even gave you this villa?" Lu Feng was slightly taken aback. However, he quickly understood that Director Zhang must have specially arranged a very good position for him to express his goodwill. However, Lu Feng didn't expose this. "I don't know. The school arranged it for me, so I lived here. Why? Is there something special about this villa?" He Lufei's eyes widened slightly. "Something special? Of course. Moreover, it's very special. Cousin Lulu, do you know? Although this villa also belongs to a student, since it was built, the number of people who lived here can be counted with one's fingers. Anyone who walked out is enough to leave their name in the school's history. I didn't expect the school to value you so much and put you on the same level as those people." Speaking until here, He Lufei still has an unusual look of sighing. Hearing this, Lu Feng didn't say anything. However, Lulu on the side showed an unhappy look. "What's wrong with the school? They actually gave Cousin such a villa. What kind of person is Cousin? Since ancient times, no one can be compared to Cousin. This is a bit too much." Lulu's words made He Lufei quite speechless. She didn't expect that Lulu's so-called too much was actually referring to this. She already knew that Lulu worships this cousin very much, but she didn't expect it to be to this extent. However, thinking about it carefully, combined with Lu Feng's previous performance and his mysterious identity, Lu Feng should be worshipped like this. Okay. I already know, you don't have to say anything." He Lufei is slightly speechless looking at Lulu. She really can't take it anymore and can only open her mouth to persuade Lulu. Moreover, this villa is already the best among the Federal University's student residences. Those who have the qualifications to live here are really too few. Even the school's top 10 experts only have this kind of treatment when they become famous in their second or third year. Cousin just came here, and he's already able to enjoy this kind of treatment. It's already very scary. After a moment, she looked at Lu Feng with a trace of doubt and asked, "Cousin Lulu, I can't always call you that. No matter what, we can be considered and know each other. Then can you tell me your name?" Lu Feng lightly smiled. He didn't intend to hide anything. Without hesitation, Lu Feng directly said, "My name is Lu Feng. Lu Feng?" He Lufei slightly pondered for a moment. Although she isn't the descendant of an aristocratic family, there is a relatively strong force behind her. Unfortunately, among the famous people she knows, there isn't a name like Lu Feng. Lu Feng's level in the universe can be said to be really famous. The top geniuses and monsters of all the major races tremble in fear. Unfortunately, only the real top existences, those famous monsters or geniuses of other races, or those terrifying people above the god level can know of Lu Feng's existence. Others, even if they are underage geniuses, can't come into contact with this level of plane. Obviously, He Lufei is such an existence. Of course, not only her, in the entire Federal University, there aren't many people who know of Lu Feng. After all, Lu Feng's weakest reputation is in the human race. Oh right, are you really the descendant of an aristocratic family? At this moment, He Lufei seems to have thought of something. Lu Feng's identity is definitely incomparably noble. After all, Lu Feng is the first person she has seen that Director Zhang is so respectful. Since Lu Feng was not a famous monster from any of the aristocratic families that she knew of, then the reason why Director Zhang was so afraid of him must be his identity. Lu Feng smiled and nodded lightly. He Lufei looked at Lu Feng and sucked in a breath of cold air. The Lu family. You are actually the descendant of the Federation's first-rate aristocratic family, the Lu family. No wonder. The first-rate aristocratic family, the Lu family. In the eyes of ordinary people, this is already a godlike existence. After all, in the current world, There are only 3 aristocratic families with the surname Lu. One is a second-rate aristocratic family. However, even the young master of a second-rate aristocratic family wouldn't be able to make Director Zhang so respectful. In that case, Lu Feng can only be from a first-rate aristocratic family. According to the legends, he should be the descendant of the number 1 aristocratic family, the Lu family. Of course, as for the 3rd Lu family, the king of the Lu family, she didn't even dare to think about it. After all, the name of the king of the Lu family could no longer be described with the word terrifying. Lu Feng didn't admit or deny it. He just stood there with a smile on his face. At this moment, Lu Fei patted her head a little in annoyance. That's not right. Lulu's surname is Lu. You are her cousin, yet your surname is also Lu. Could it be that Lulu is also a descendant of the Lu family? If Lu Feng was the son of Lulu's father's sister, then Lulu must also be a member of the Lu family. That's not it. Lulu's father's surname isn't Lu. Her surname is Lu, so there are some hidden reasons. Lu Feng didn't continue explaining, because he knew that it was something that made Lulu sad. Lu Feng didn't want Lulu to be sad anymore. Hearing this, Lu Fei vaguely seemed to understand something. She gently nodded and pretended not to be interested. However, after a moment, she looked at Lu Feng with an incomparably surprised gaze. No wonder Lulu admires you so much. It turns out that you are actually a descendant of the first-rate aristocratic family, the Lu family. You are a direct descendant. You must be a direct descendant. Otherwise, Director Zhang wouldn't treat you like that. If you are a descendant of the Lu family, then Lulu's description is not bad. Moreover, I'm afraid that an ordinary aristocratic family wouldn't be able to cultivate an existence like you. You must be a descendant of the first-rate aristocratic family, the Lu family. You must be a direct descendant. Moreover, you must be a relatively noble existence. That must be it. My guess is absolutely correct. Chapter 557. Lu Fei seemed to have sunk into her own conjecture. Everything seemed so reasonable to her. Now, she actually started deducing according to her own thoughts. She even looked like she was right. At this point, Lu Feng could only smile helplessly. Finally, Lulu couldn't stand it anymore. She nudged Lu Fei, who was still immersed in her own conjecture. All right, Xiao Fei. Stop guessing. This time, we came here for the suspension car. For the suspension car. Do you still want to drive it or not? Hearing Lulu's words, Lu Fei instantly woke up. She had followed them here because Lulu had promised that she would be the one to drive the car in a while. In Lu Fei's heart, the temptation of the suspension car was greater than anything else. She quickly looked at Lu Feng eagerly. Lu Feng's smile continued. He pointed in the direction of his garage and said, "The crystal heart is parked in there." Hearing this, Lu Fei screamed and ran towards the garage in a few small steps. When Lulu saw this, she didn't care about anything else and also ran over there. "Cousin bought it for me. I want to be the first to touch it." Looking at the 2 bouncing figures, Lu Feng let out a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. A few seconds after the 2 entered the garage, a scream suddenly came. Lu Feng could tell that it was Lu Fei's voice. He frowned slightly. In the next second, Lu Feng disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already standing beside the 2 girls. "What's wrong?" Seeing Lu Fei's slightly dazed expression, Lu Feng was slightly confused. When he entered, he already used his divine sense to check. There didn't seem to be any danger here. The 2 of them didn't suffer any injuries. But when Lu Feng followed Lu Fei's gaze, he finally understood why the girl screamed. Lu Feng didn't just leave the crystal heart he gave Lulu here. He also left his emperor here. Right now, Lu Fei was looking at Lu Feng's emperor parked in the garage. It's actually an emperor. There are less than 100 of them in the Federation. Cousin Lu Feng, you're too amazing, too great. You even have an emperor. At this moment, Lu Fei had completely lost her composure. She stood on the spot and shouted loudly. The excitement on her face could not be concealed at all. Lu Feng didn't know much about suspension cars. Although he had heard from the beautiful waitress that there were less than 100 Emperor cars in the entire Federation and the entire universe, Lu Feng really didn't care too much about this. He chose the Emperor because he really liked it. That's all. It's just a suspension car. Lu Feng waved his hand helplessly, indicating that it was just a hover car. Hearing this, Lu Fei was a bit unwilling. She stood there and started explaining to Lu Feng how precious and rare the Emperor was. Finally, when she started talking about the history of the Emperor, Lu Feng had no choice but to surrender. Fine. I'm afraid of you. In the future, if I don't use it, you can drive it whenever you want. Everything is up to you. Hearing this, Lu Fei was slightly stunned, but in the next moment, she suddenly screamed and jumped up. Looking at her excited expression, Lu Feng could only look at Lulu beside him. At this moment, Lulu also had a helpless expression on her face. Cousin, this girl has always liked suspension cars. When she goes crazy, she forgets everything. It's okay, just wait a bit. Hearing this, Lu Feng could only helplessly look at Lu Fei, who was constantly surrounding the Emperor and shouting. At night, Lu Fei still drove the Emperor away. This was Lu Feng's idea. He really couldn't stand Lu Fei's craziness. Originally, Lu Feng didn't need to rest. However, at night, he still had something important to do. This wasn't to learn about psychic knowledge from Dao Song Tian. Lu Feng needed to condense his own martial path avatar. After entering the upheaval realm, his martial path avatar was still at the 6th grade. This was unacceptable to Lu Fenglai. Although this increase didn't seem like much. However, this was directly related to Lu Feng's future development. The existence of a martial path avatar was very important to Lu Feng. After all, it was one of the keys to reaching the Divine King's great path. During the journey from the Lu family to the Cymbidium, Lu Feng had already started condensing his martial path avatar while Yu was resting. It was a pity that after nearly a month of condensing, he still hadn't completed it. This incident made Lu Feng even more aware of the horror of his martial path avatar. If it were someone else, it might only take a day or even half a day to complete it. However, he still hadn't completed it after nearly a month. It should be known that his martial path avatar was a terrifying existence. The speed at which it absorbed divine objects was even more extreme. The resources and time consumed during this month's condensing were probably enough for thousands of ordinary people to condense the 6th grade to the 7th grade. After one night, Lu Feng finally consumed a huge amount of divine objects and further condensed his martial path avatar. Although there was still a certain distance from the realm of level 7 great success, this distance was already very close. At dawn, Lu Feng finally opened his eyes. Today was the first day of school. They didn't have many classes, only a few classes a week. However, on the first day of school, all the classes and all the students had to attend classes at the same time. Lu Feng didn't want any special privileges. Moreover, he also wanted to experience the feeling of being a student again. After all, he was only 18 years old now. After walking out of the villa, Lu Feng remembered that his emperor seemed to have been driven away, so he didn't go to the garage to drive his car. He walked to a stop sign and waited for a few minutes until the inter-campus hover bus arrived. After getting on the hover bus, Lu Feng spent nearly half an hour before finally arriving at the teaching location of the specially recruited class of the sophomore psyche department. Looking at the magnificent building in front of him, Lu Feng smiled slightly. Unlike the existence of the warrior department, the psyche department was often synonymous with nobility. Even in the military, psychic masters were protected in every way. Even if they were placed in the most difficult army, the conditions of food and accommodation were still the best. This was the special treatment of psyche masters. This very luxurious building in front of him was obviously only owned by the psyche department. That's right. If this building was given to a warrior, I'm afraid that it would be destroyed in a few days. In the warrior department, there were usually practical drills. The price for this was that some warriors couldn't control their strength and destroyed the main body of the teaching building. This kind of situation often happened. After all, the weakest person who could enter the specially recruited class of the Federal University was a peak advanced warrior or even a warrior directly. A powerful blow from an advanced warrior was enough to collapse a building with dozens of floors in an instant. As for warriors, because they comprehended the power of heaven and earth and entered the martial arts hall, their destructive power increased by hundreds or thousands of times. No matter how sturdy the building was, it wouldn't be able to withstand their destruction. Therefore, the warrior department's buildings were usually sturdy and simple. I never thought that there would be a day when I, Lu Feng, would step into a classroom again. A year ago, when he had entered the extraterritorial battlefield because of the king of the chaotic land, Lu Feng had thought that he would spend most of his youth there. However, Lu Feng never thought that he would be able to enter such a terrifying realm in such a short period of time. Even now, he could easily kill any god existence. After sizing it up slightly, Lu Feng still walked in. The first class of the psyche department started at 9:30 in the morning. When Lu Fenglai arrived, it was only 8:50 in the morning. There was no doubt that when Lu Feng walked into the lecture hall, there were very few people inside. Out of the 300 specially recruited psyche department students, there were less than 10 people present at the moment. When Lu Feng walked into the lecture hall, some people looked at Lu Feng. After they saw Lu Feng, their eyes never moved away. One was like this, two were like this, and all of them were like this. In the end, when Lu Fenglai sat in the front seat, the students in the lecture hall looked at Lu Feng. Lu Feng, who had been a little confused about all this, understood after thinking for a while. It had to be known that, except for him, the others had been studying here for a year and a half. Although there were only a few classes every week, after getting along for more than a year, even if they didn't know each other, they were definitely familiar with each other's faces. Lu Feng, on the other hand, was a completely unfamiliar face. How could they not be surprised when they saw him for the first time? Of course, these people were just surprised for a while. After all, they were all students of the General Hospital. They were all true geniuses. It was impossible for them to make a fuss like ordinary people. As if wanting to know the reason Lu Fenglai was here, a student who was closer to Lu Feng finally walked in front of Lu Feng. Looking at Lu Feng, the student hesitated for a moment before asking, "Student, did you come to the wrong place?" He just thought that Lu Feng had come to the wrong lecture hall. After all, in the General Hospital of the Federal University, there were very few cases of students joining classes. It could even be said that there was no such thing. In the specially recruited classes, it was almost impossible to find such a case. Lu Feng looked at him and smiled slightly. This is the specially recruited class of the Psyche department for sophomores, right? The student was slightly taken aback, but he still nodded. Lu Feng's smile continued as he gently nodded his head as well. Then, I didn't come to the wrong place. Looking at the student, Lu Feng stood up and extended his arm. My name is Lu Feng. I'm also in this class. But in the past year, for some reason, I didn't come to register. It was only a few days ago that I had time to come back. Looking at Lu Feng's arm, the student was really stunned. The Federal University was different from other universities. The system here was abnormally strict. Generally, if you missed a year, you missed it. If you wanted to come to the Federal University to study and enter the specially recruited class, you had to pass the test again. But even if that was the case, the person who came could only start from the first year. There had never been anyone like Lu Feng, who had directly entered the second year of university. Soon, the student reacted. He smiled apologetically and suddenly grabbed Lu Feng's arm. My name is Huang Qing. I'm the class monitor of this class. I'm sorry about before. His bad attitude was because he misunderstood that Lu Feng wasn't in this class. He was also sorry for being stunned just now. Naturally, Lu Feng didn't care about this. He just smiled slightly and said, "It's okay. In the future, please take care of me in this class." Chapter 558. Lu Feng could clearly sense that Huang Qing's cultivation had already reached the peak of the telekinesis grandmaster level. To be able to become a telekinesis grandmaster at such a young age, he was definitely a terrifying genius. Huang Qing's cultivation speed was absolutely terrifying, regardless of his aptitude. Lu Feng could also sense the terrifying power hidden within Huang Qing's body. He knew that Huang Qing was at least a Federation-level genius. He might even be a super genius at the Federation level. In fact, after thinking about it for a while, Lu Feng understood. How could anyone who could become the class monitor of the specially recruited telekinesis class be simple? Huang Qing had been able to become the class monitor either because of his family background or because of his terrifying aptitude. Lu Feng naturally didn't know much about his family background. However, Lu Feng was very clear about his aptitude. We will be classmates in the future. There's no need to take care of each other. Huang Qing had already sat down beside Lu Feng as he spoke and started chatting with Lu Feng. One had to admit that Huang Qing's social skills were very good. After just half an hour of conversation, Lu Feng already had a very good impression of Huang Qing. During this time, Huang Qing introduced Lu Feng to a lot of information about the students in this class. He also tried many methods to find out more about Lu Feng. However, all his efforts were destined to be in vain. What kind of person was Lu Feng? Although he was only 18 years old, everything he had experienced was something that even the virtual king couldn't experience. In the foreign battlefields, where strength was respected and where many races coexisted and slaughtered each other, he could be like a fish in water. Over here, a genius who had yet to leave school naturally wouldn't be able to get anything from Lu Feng. Finally, when all the students had arrived, Huang Qing also ended his conversation with Lu Feng. At this moment, the teacher had already entered. This is the teacher in charge of the specially recruited class of the Psyche faculty, Zhongling. Although she is a woman, Teacher Zhong's strength is incomparably terrifying. According to the introduction on the Sky Network's homepage, she has already reached the level of a beginner king Psyche master. Lu Feng nodded gently. After all, to be able to become the teacher in charge of a specially recruited class, it would be difficult to make these geniuses listen to him without any strength. However, what surprised Lu Feng was that Zhongling was a woman. In the Federation, there were still some female warriors who made up a certain proportion. However, there were very few female psychics. Of course, it wasn't that there weren't any. It was just that there were very few of them. Lu Feng didn't expect to meet one here, and it was even their homeroom teacher. Zhongling quietly walked to the podium and slowly glanced at the audience. Although she looked very ordinary as a female psychic, and even a psychic king at that, coupled with the special aura of a psychic, Zhongling had a unique charm. Her gaze swept around, and everyone who was swept by her gaze unconsciously straightened their backs. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng's heart was slightly moved by Zhongling's degree of control over the students. Zhongling scanned the entire class, but when she looked at Lu Feng, there was a slight pause. However, this pause was only for a moment. In the audience, except for Lu Feng, no one else noticed it. Sitting in his seat, Lu Feng's eyes revealed a faint smile. Finally, when everything was done, Zhongling's voice slowly sounded. A new semester has begun. What I want to say is that during the opening ceremony, several directors have already made it clear. We have already entered the second half of the second semester of our sophomore year. In half a year's time, you will enter the third year. You should know that during the third year, the school will add an internship course. Therefore, this half a year of study is extremely important. Moreover, I think you should have already heard about it through various channels. In less than 2 months' time, the Quadrennial Academy tournament would be held. Although your current strength is not the strongest in the headquarters, when the time comes, you still have a chance to represent the school. If you don't want to lose face, if you want to make a name for yourself, then in these 2 months, you have to do your best to cultivate. Did you hear what I said? The moment her voice fell, all the students answered loudly, "Yes, teacher." Hearing that powerful answer, Zhongling also smiled in satisfaction. She nodded gently, turned on the projection of the Sky Network, and began the first day of class. The first day of class was from 9:30 in the morning to 11:30 in the morning. During this period, there was no rest. However, because it was a female teacher, Lu Feng listened very seriously. Unknowingly, the time had completely passed. After the 2-hour class, Lu Feng slowly stood up. At this moment, he had to admit that it was impossible to become a teacher of the headquarters, and even the head teacher of a special class, without some ability. This psychic Wang teacher, named Zhongling, had a unique understanding of psychics. Some of her ideas were not even heard of by Lu Feng. Everyone stood up and respectfully said goodbye to Zhongling. Then, they began to pack their things and prepare to leave. Lu Feng did the same. He did not have anything to pack, so he stood up and prepared to leave. However, just as Lu Feng was about to leave, Zhongling's voice suddenly sounded. "Student Lu Feng, please wait a moment. I have something to tell you." At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Feng. When they saw Lu Feng, these people revealed strange expressions. Except for the first 10 people who came before Lu Feng, the others came much later, so they did not know of Lu Feng's existence. Now that they suddenly saw Lu Feng's unfamiliar face, they were naturally slightly surprised. Seeing the reaction of the people around her, Zhongling smiled gently and said, "I forgot to explain just now. From today onwards, student Lu Feng will be here to study with everyone. Previously, he was a special student of our headquarters Psychic Wand class, but for some reason, he took a year's leave. Now that he has returned, he can join us. I hope that students can unite and progress together in the future." The students all said yes. However, when they looked at Lu Feng, there were all kinds of strange expressions. Lu Feng did not care about these people's expressions at all. He just looked at Zhongling, not knowing why this teacher suddenly called out to him. "Student Lu Feng, come with me." After saying this, Zhongling had already walked out. Since the teacher invited him, Lu Feng naturally could not put on airs and refuse to go. Therefore, he obediently followed behind Zhongling and walked out. The two of them walked one after the other until they left the teaching building and came to a more secluded place. Zhongling only stopped when they arrived at a more secluded place. Seeing that the teacher stopped, Lu Feng naturally did the same. Zhongling turned around and quietly looked at Lu Feng. A trace of strangeness flashed in her eyes. After a long time, she finally opened her mouth slowly and said, "Student Lu Feng, Director Zhang has already told me about your general situation. I didn't expect that our school had a monster like you." Lu Feng smiled gently, incomparably indifferent. However, he did not say anything. Lu Feng knew that Dean Zhang would definitely greet his class teacher. However, it was impossible for him to explain everything about himself. Even if Lu Feng didn't care about it, the others didn't dare to spread his identity. After all, his identity was too terrifying and involved too many people. "In the future, I'll have to trouble you to take care of me." Zhongling smiled gently and said, "I heard from Dean Zhang that Lu Feng's talent is very terrifying. You're a real monster. I just don't know what level Lu Feng is at now." Lu Feng was silent for a moment. His level? Currently, his martial artist level was at the peak of the perfect stage, and his psychic level was at the peak of the King's Psychic Master level. Compared to Zhongling in front of him, Lu Feng's psychic cultivation was a full 3 levels higher than hers. If one were to calculate combat power, then Zhongling was far from being comparable. However, this made Lu Feng feel awkward, and he was too embarrassed to say it. Could it be that he wanted to tell Zhongling his specific strength level now? If that was the case, Zhongling would definitely feel awkward. After all, her student was much stronger than her. No one had encountered such a situation before. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Feng smiled gently and said, "Teacher, my strength is a bit special. You'll know my specific level in the future. However, I'm very strong, very strong." Lu Feng could only say so. To be honest, he did not like to tell lies, even if it was a white lie. After all, he was an emperor. An emperor did not need to lie to cover up anything. When Zhongling heard Lu Feng's words, she was slightly stunned. She really did not expect Lu Feng to give her such an answer. Of course, this kind of daze only lasted for a moment. Since Lu Feng does not want to say, then I won't force you. However, you have to give me a rough idea. This way, I can make arrangement for the future. A monster. This is a monster. After all, in recent years, no monster has appeared in the Federal University. Now that a monster suddenly appeared, how could she not make good use of it? One must know that in less than 2 months, it will be the school tournament. At that time, although Lu Feng's strength will definitely not be able to compete for the final championship, he can still help the Federal University maintain its reputation. Therefore, Zhongling really wanted to know Lu Feng's approximate strength. This time, Lu Feng could not continue to hide it. He pondered for a moment and said, "Teacher Zhong, I'm very strong, right? Really strong. In the class, there should be no one who can be my opponent." Lu Feng said that he was very strong. This was already the second time. In a short minute, Lu Feng said that he was very strong twice in a row. This was already a kind of confidence in his own strength. Naturally, Zhongling could hear the confidence in his voice. She smiled gently and slowly nodded. "In that case, in the student selection in a month, I hope you can help our class fight for glory." Lu Feng nodded his head gently. At this time, Zhongling had already turned around and left. Looking at her back as she left, Lu Feng smiled gently and slowly muttered to himself, "I am really very strong, very strong." Zhongling only heard Lu Feng's words, saying that he was stronger than everyone in the class, but she did not hear the real meaning hidden by Lu Feng. He was talking about the class, and this class also included Zhongling's. Chapter 559. After bidding farewell to Zhongling, Lu Feng left in the direction he came from. He was still thinking about what Zhongling had said before. He knew that he would definitely participate in the inter-school tournament in 2 months. Moreover, Lu Feng didn't care much about this tournament. After all, his current strength had reached the level of great success among the younger generation. Even those who had been cultivating since they were born and had amazing talent couldn't pose any threat to Lu Feng. Therefore, Lu Feng didn't care about these things after thinking about it. He really didn't care. Soon, Lu Feng arrived at the school building. Looking at the sparse crowd, Lu Feng knew that most of the students had already left. However, just as Lu Feng was about to leave and return to the dormitory to continue condensing his martial path avatar, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Lu Feng, wait, Lu Feng." Lu Feng stopped in his tracks. Although he didn't turn around, he could already tell who the owner of the voice was. Lu Feng turned around with a faint smile. He looked at the figure in front of him and said, "Class monitor, what's the matter?" The person who came was the class monitor, Huang Qing, who had been the first to speak to Lu Feng. Huang Qing panted slightly when he arrived in front of Lu Feng. Unlike warriors, a psychic's physique was very weak. Although Huang Qing had already entered the level of a psychic grandmaster, he had yet to undergo body tempering. After all, body tempering was very painful and time-consuming. Students in school basically wouldn't undergo body tempering. Because of this, Huang Qing was already out of breath after running a few steps. Looking at Lu Feng, Huang Qing finally came back to his senses and put on a smile. "It's nothing. I just want to see Lu Feng and talk to Lu Feng about the situation in the class." He explained the situation. That was really the case. Apart from this, Huang Qing really couldn't think of any other way to be with Lu Feng. During class, Huang Qing didn't pay attention at all. His mind was filled with matters concerning Lu Feng. He was not stupid. To be able to become the class monitor of the specially recruited Psyche Master class, apart from his outstanding talent, his IQ was also extremely high. Therefore, it was easy for him to figure out some things. Back then, Lu Fei was able to guess that Lu Feng was definitely not a simple person. So Huang Qing was even more so. He knew that either Lu Feng was someone with a high status, or his talent was so shocking that the Federal University had no choice but to make such a decision that went against the rules. However, no matter what kind of situation Lu Feng was in, he was far from being someone he could afford to offend. Moreover, befriending such people was one of Huang Qing's principles. Now, Lu Feng had just joined the class and did not know anyone. Therefore, this was the best time for him to make friends with Lu Feng. As for Huang Qing's thoughts, Lu Feng naturally did not know. Although he did not understand why the class monitor was deliberately trying to get close to him, Lu Feng was naturally very happy to have such an old person to tell him everything. Along the way, the two of them kept talking. Huang Qing excitedly introduced Lu Feng to the things in the class, while Lu Feng listened with great interest. "Lu Feng, the cafeteria is this way." Huang Qing suddenly said when they reached a fork in the road. Lu Feng was slightly stunned when he heard this, but he quickly smiled and followed Huang Qing to the side. Lu Feng was now a martial artist at the peak of the perfect stage. Even if he didn't eat or drink, it was no big deal. Moreover, he was already used to the days of not eating or drinking. Just now, he was just habitually walking toward the villa because his martial path avatar had not been condensed yet. Lu Feng needed to complete the condensation as soon as possible so that he could start thinking about other things. Therefore, when he heard Huang Qing mention the cafeteria, Lu Feng was slightly stunned. After all, he did not plan to eat at all. The cafeteria was not very far from their lecture hall, but even so, the two of them walked for nearly 20 minutes before finally arriving at the cafeteria. Walking into the cafeteria, Lu Feng was slightly stunned when he saw the sea of people in front of him. Seeing this scene, Huang Qing laughed loudly. Lu Feng, did you not expect this? Lu Feng nodded his head gently. Previously, whether it was in the Cymbidium Federal University or in high school, their cafeteria was sparsely populated. Most of the students chose to eat outside. Very few of them would eat in the school cafeteria. However, this place was obviously completely different from what he knew. Huang Qing looked at the countless students in front of him and smiled gently. He began to explain, actually, the situation in the headquarters is different from the branch campuses outside. The size of the headquarters is really terrifying. It is comparable to the size of an ordinary third-grade city. It is very inconvenient to go out. Of course, this is only one aspect. The biggest reason is that the headquarters cafeteria is much better than the branch campus cafeteria. The food here is not only delicious, but the price is also very moderate. That's why a lot of students choose to eat here instead of going all the way out. Lu Feng nodded in understanding. In fact, on the way here, he also saw that the number of hover cars here was not that many. This also proved that there were not that many rich people in the headquarters. Although it was inseparable from the support of a powerful force for the psychic department to achieve the status it had today, psychics were still a minority after all. The majority of the people in the headquarters were still soldiers. The existence of soldiers was not so complicated. Many soldiers simply had aptitude. They did not have the support of a powerful force or financial group behind them. Therefore, luxury goods like hover cars were really out of their reach. Due to family conditions and transportation problems, most people chose to eat in the cafeteria. This was why there were so many people here. When he saw that Lu Feng understood, Huang Qing did not say anything else. All right, Lu Feng, I will find a private room in a while. You can order whatever you want to eat. Don't stand on ceremony with me. Today is my treat. As the class monitor, I will represent our class to welcome you as a new student. Although Lu Feng really did not lack this meal, Huang Qing's attitude made Lu Feng happy. After all, this was a kind of attitude. Lu Feng undoubtedly did not dislike this kind of attitude. All right, then I will have to trouble you this time. Class monitor. When he heard this, Huang Qing smiled faintly and pulled Lu Feng toward the luxurious private room. The Federal University's cafeteria, in addition to providing daily dishes, also had some private rooms. The level of luxury of these private rooms was not the least bit inferior to that of a top hotel. At the very least, the 3D virtual private room Lu Feng entered was almost comparable to the garden of flowers he had visited on the Cymbidium. Who would have thought that our cafeteria would have such a luxurious private room? When he heard Lu Feng's exclamation, Huang Qing smiled faintly and explained, Lu Feng, you have to know that in the Federal University's headquarters, there are more than 2 million students. This does not include the other exchange students. If you include them and the teachers, the number is even more terrifying. You could say that our headquarters is a city. Although most of the people here are ordinary civilians, there are also quite a number of rich people. Their consumption level is incomparably extravagant. In order to cater to this kind of people, the school naturally set up these private rooms. This way, the headquarters image will be improved to a certain extent. Lu Feng nodded lightly. Indeed, the birth of geniuses might come from civilians. However, the top geniuses were often nurtured from a young age by some powerful forces. That kind of existence did not care about money at all. Therefore, it was necessary to build these private rooms. All right, Lu Feng, take a look at what you like to eat and order whatever you like. Lu Feng did not act pretentious because he really did not like those polite hypocrisy. After taking the 3D menu, Lu Feng looked at the types of dishes on it and began to scan through them. The decorations of the school's private rooms were not inferior to the garden of flowers on an ordinary planet. Even the types of dishes were the same. The types of dishes Lu Feng saw were extremely comprehensive, including basically everything he knew. Lu Feng really did not have much interest in eating. Therefore, he just glanced at them slightly and casually ordered a few dishes that he liked. Lu Feng, you don't have to be polite with me. Just order more if you like. You don't have to save money for me. After seeing that Lu Feng only ordered 3 dishes, Huang Qing continued to encourage Lu Feng to order more. Unfortunately, Lu Feng shook his head lightly and did not order anything else. Seeing that Lu Feng really did not want to order anything else, Huang Qing casually ordered a few more dishes and clicked the send command on the menu. All right, let's wait for a while. The cafeteria's serving speed is still very fast. Basically, it will be completely served in 10 minutes. Lu Feng nodded lightly. Just like that, the two of them continued to chat. However, after 2 minutes, there was a sudden knock on the door. At this moment, Lu Feng was slightly taken aback. A smile appeared on his face. This is a little too fast. This is indeed a little too fast. At this time, those dishes might not even be finished, let alone already served. Huang Qing was also slightly puzzled. He usually came here to eat, and, generally, the fastest time was 8 minutes later. The dishes he ordered were relatively easy to make. Now, although the dishes Lu Feng ordered were not expensive, it was definitely very difficult to make. If not, Huang Qing would not say that it would be served in 10 minutes. But who would have thought that it would be done in less than 2 minutes? I'll go see if it's really done. While speaking, Huang Chong had already walked down from his seat and directly opened the door. After waiting quietly for a few seconds, Lu Feng did not see Huang Qing, but he heard a soft sound of surprise. At this time, Lu Feng finally turned around and looked at him. However, after a glance, he smiled. Class leader, let them in. They're all friends. Originally, when Huang Qing opened the door and saw 2 girls, he was confused for a while. But now that he heard Lu Feng's words, he understood. It turned out that the people who came were Lu Feng's friends. Turning sideways, he let the 2 beauties in. Huang Qing's face had a trace of confusion, because he felt that one of the beauties looked familiar. After seeing the 2 beauties walk in and directly walk toward Lu Feng, Huang Qing finally reacted. His eyes widened slightly, looking at one of the beauties who threw herself at Lu Feng. A slightly shocked expression appeared on his face. Cousin, why didn't you invite me to eat? You said that you would accompany me during this period of time. You didn't even call me. I really can't see your sincerity. Chapter 560. Looking at the spoiled Lulu, Lu Feng smiled helplessly. At this moment, Huang Qing's voice finally sounded. You're Lulu from the first year Psyche Master class? When Lu Feng heard someone recognize him, he turned around and looked at Huang Qing. She didn't answer immediately. She looked at him for a moment before nodding. Your senior Huang Qing. Huang Qing smiled. I didn't expect Lulu to remember me. After saying this, Huang Qing looked at Lu Feng with a playful smile on his face. I didn't expect Lu Feng to be your cousin. Hearing this, Lulu raised her head slightly. Yes, Lu Feng is my cousin. Lu Fei fell helpless. She knew that Lulu would react like this when Lu Fenglai was mentioned. All right, why didn't you ask me to come along? Fei and I have been looking for you everywhere. You didn't pick up the Sky Network. Did you leave us behind on purpose? Hearing this, Lu Feng felt really wronged. I turned off the Sky Network during class because I was afraid it would be affected. I just forgot to turn it on. As for the meal you mentioned, it's not my treat. It's your senior Huang Qing's treat. I can't ask him to come along since he's treating. Hearing this, Lulu looked at Huang Qing suspiciously. Only when Huang Qing nodded did she let out a soft laugh. All right, since that's the case, I'll forgive you. But cousin, we haven't eaten yet, because we were looking for you. Shouldn't you do something? Lu Feng nodded his head gently. Okay then, order whatever you want. I'll pay for it later. Lulu didn't care at all. She knew that with Lu Feng's status, not to mention a meal, even if he ate it every day for 10,000 years, it wouldn't matter. However, Huang Qing said anxiously, "It's my treat." "It's okay, it's my treat. I didn't know Lu was Lu Feng's cousin. Otherwise, I would have asked you to come along. After all, it's rare to treat the school's goddess to a meal." Hearing this, Lulu looked at Lu Feng proudly. She wanted to show how honored it was to treat her to a meal. Looking at this scene, Lu Feng simply smiled. The current Lulu was a completely different person from the Lulu he had met in the Outland battlefield. But this kind of Lulu made Lu Feng like her even more. He knew that this was Lulu's true nature. This was the character that Lulu should have. "It's okay, class monitor. I'll pay for this meal. It's just 2 more people. It's not a big deal." Huang Qing didn't say anything when he saw Lu Feng's insistence. He knew that geniuses all had their own temperaments. As long as they were determined, others wouldn't be able to change their minds easily. He nodded his head gently and sat back down in his original seat. Lulu looked and sat next to Lu Feng. Lu Fei sat on the other side of Lu Feng. Seeing this, Huang Qing shrugged slightly. He also wanted to be like Lu Feng, hugging women on both sides. Unfortunately, the opportunity was not his. "Okay, Lulu, take a look at what you like to eat." Lulu picked up the virtual menu and nodded her head. Lu Feng didn't say anything when he saw that Lulu was focused on ordering. Lu Fei, who was sitting on the other side of Lu Feng, finally spoke. "Cousin Lu Feng, your suspension car is really domineering. Last night, I ran for an hour. It was really satisfying." Speaking up to this point, Lu Fei revealed an excited expression. The Emperor was the best suspension car series. In terms of speed, it was the pinnacle of suspension cars. Coupled with its comfort and safety, it was naturally very refreshing to drive. Lu Feng smiled and said, "Since you like it, then drive it. I won't be using it for the time being anyway." Lu Feng was busy cultivating his avatar these days. He didn't have time to go out for the time being, so it's fine to let Lu Fei drive it. But after hearing this, Lu Fei shook her head gently. "No need, cousin Lu Feng. I'll just drive it once or twice. I'm afraid you'll break it if you drive it more. You know, I can't afford it even if I sell myself." At this point, Lu Fei purposely revealed a mischievous look. When Lu Feng saw this, he just smiled lightly. "If it breaks, then let it break. It's just a suspension car." At this point, Huang Qing finally opened his mouth to speak. "It's okay. If it breaks, I'll pay for it. It's just a suspension car. I can still afford it." Huang Qing wasn't the son of a real tycoon, but he had a power behind him. He didn't care about a few 100,000 Federation coins. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invited them here for a meal. Although this was a private room of the school, the price wasn't cheap. Hearing this, Lu Fei curled her lips slightly. "Well said. I'm afraid you can't afford it even if you sell yourself." Huang Qing didn't know Lu Fei, but seeing how close she was with Lulu, he guessed that they were classmates. Since Lulu was in the special class of the first-year Psyche faculty, then Lu Fei should be a Psyche faculty member as well. Since she was from a Psyche faculty, she should be knowledgeable even if she wasn't rich. Since she said she couldn't afford it even if she sold herself, then this suspension car must be very expensive. What kind of suspension car is that? It's so expensive. Could be a Noble Series. The Noble Series hover car was considered a Noble Series among the hover cars. The cheapest ones cost a few million, and the most expensive ones cost hundreds of millions. It's not noble. I drove cousin Lu Feng's suspension car last night. It's much better than the Zune series. Hearing this, a strange look flashed across Huang Qing's eyes. There were cars more expensive than the Zune series, but there weren't that many either. However, the price was more than 10 million. What kind of suspension car is that? At this moment, Huang Qing was also filled with interest. He knew that he could find out more about Lu Feng's identity through this suspension car. Lu Fei didn't know that Huang Qing didn't know Lu Feng's identity. When he saw him sitting with Lu Feng and even treating him to a meal, he thought he was a good friend of Lu Feng's. Therefore, she didn't hide anything and said directly, "It's the Emperor." The Federation car is limited to less than 100 units. It's the best among the royal families. It's the best among the sports cars. Hearing this, Huang Qing sucked in a deep breath of cold air and looked at Lu Feng with a strange look in his eyes. The Emperor, as a specially recruited psyche faculty student, how could he not know about the Emperor? It could be said that the Emperor was the real emperor of the suspension cars. Not only was it expensive, but it was also a symbol of status. Unfortunately, the price of the Emperor was too scary. The price of $2 billion Federation dollars was enough to intimidate the average power. After all, this was just a suspension car, not a necessary cultivation resource. However, he hadn't expected this new student to be able to afford the Emperor. This undoubtedly meant that there was a truly terrifying power behind Lu Feng. He thought about it in a moment. Huang Qing looked at Lu Feng and sighed. "Lu Feng, I didn't expect you to be so rich. It seemed like I've been showing off." Indeed, it was a little too arrogant to say that he could treat anyone to a meal in front of someone who could afford the Emperor. Furthermore, Huang Qing could tell from Lu Feng's tone that he did not care about the Emperor at all. This meant that Lu Feng's wealth was absolutely terrifying. With his wealth, he didn't care about the Emperor at all. Hearing this, Lu Feng just chuckled. "It's just a suspension car. If you like it, you could drive it. I'll get someone to get me another one in a few days." Seeing that Lu Fei really liked the Emperor, Lu Feng gave it away casually. He knew that Lulu's change today was inseparable from Lu Fei. Compared to Lulu, not to mention one Emperor, even 100 or 1,000 Emperor was nothing. So Lu Feng directly gave it away. But to Lu Feng's surprise, Lu Fei actually refused. "No need, Cousin Lu Feng, I just like it, I don't have to have it. Besides, driving this car is not in line with my identity. She's just a student, the existence of the Emperor is too overbearing, it's not something she should drive." Seeing Lu Fei's determined look, Lu Feng finally just smiled and didn't force anything. "Cousin, I originally had a good sister in my dormitory. This time I planned to bring her along. But she seemed to have something to do at noon today. She left directly after class. When she comes back in the evening, I'll bring her out to meet my cousin." Lulu originally planned to bring her two sisters with her today. Unfortunately, that classmate had something to do and went out. So only the two of them could come. "Cousin, that classmate of mine is a beauty, a real beauty. Compared to the top 10 goddesses, she's so much better." Seeing Lu Feng's disapproval, Lulu finally said this sentence. But hearing this, Lu Feng's expression was still the same as before. "Lulu, look at what you said. It's like I'm some pervert. What beauty, cousin? Do you like beautiful women that much?" Hearing this, Lulu slightly stuck out her tongue and didn't say anything. In less than 10 minutes, the room was knocked again. This time, it's finally time to serve the dishes. Soon, all the dishes were served, and at this time, Lulu and Lu Fei didn't have the slightest trace of politeness and directly ate. Seeing that the two of them started eating, Lu Feng and Huang Qing naturally didn't hesitate to eat. Soon, they also started eating. Originally, if this continues, after the meal, after all, Lu Feng is anxious to condense his martial arts avatar. However, there were some things that happened that were truly unexpected and unpredictable. At the very least, that was the case today. While the four of them were happily eating, the room's door was suddenly opened. This time, it wasn't gently pushed open, it was directly opened by brute force. Seeing this scene, the four of them put down the food in their hands and looked at the door. A few seconds later, 3 figures slowly walked into the room. Seeing the newcomers, Lu Feng only slightly frowned, but the other 3 had different expressions, but all of them showed a kind of anger. "Zhang Ting, what are you doing?" Lu Fei looked at the man in the middle and said with incomparable anger. On the other side, Lulu also had a kind of impatience and annoyance, but on her face there was a kind of impatience and annoyance. After coming in, the man in the middle glanced around. When he saw Lulu, his eyes lit up, but when he looked at Lu Feng, he smiled gloomily. "I was wondering who it was, so it's you, kid. It seems that it's the will of the heavens to make trouble for you." Chapter 561. After saying this, Zhang Ting's face became even more gloomy. Finally, Lulu, who was at the side, became unhappy. Zhang Ting, didn't I tell you clearly that I don't have a good impression of you? If you bother me again, don't blame me for reporting it to the school. Hearing this, Zhang Ting just shrugged slightly. His expression was completely uncaring. Lulu. Hearing him call her by her nickname, Lulu's face darkened slightly. Please call me Lulu. Zhang Ting shrugged his shoulders again. Okay, it's Lulu, it's Lulu. Because Lu and Lu had the same pronunciation, Zhang Ting deliberately opened his mouth to shout. Unfortunately, anyone could tell that he was calling Lulu. Lulu, actually, you misunderstood me. This time, I'm not looking for him because of you. Of course, after seeing you, I have to add on. You are called Lu Feng. After Zhang Ting said this to Lulu, he looked at Lu Feng with a slightly evil expression. Lu Feng didn't say anything. He just sat there indifferently. He didn't even nod. Everything was fine, just like before. Seeing Lu Feng like this, Zhang Ting's face darkened slightly. He could feel that Lu Feng didn't care about him at all. This was the most thorough contempt. But after all, he was the leader of the younger generation of hedonistic disciples. After a change of expression, Zhang Ting completely returned to his previous appearance. He looked at Lu Feng and said again, "It seems that you don't even have the courage to admit it. Whatever, I know that you're Lu Feng anyway. Let me ask you now, that emperor, is it yours?" Hearing this, Lu Feng was slightly stunned. At first, when he saw Zhang Ting's expression, he thought that he was looking for trouble because of Lulu. But it seems that wasn't the case, and the reason was because of his emperor. This time, Lu Feng didn't continue to ignore this Zhang Ting. He nodded his head gently, admitting to it. Zhang Ting smiled coldly. Looks like you're not a pussy after all. You actually dared to admit it. But it's good that you admit it. As long as you admit that the emperor is yours. I really want to ask if you don't know the school's rules. These words really confused Lu Feng. What did buying a suspension car have to do with the school's regulations? Moreover, Dean Zhang didn't seem to have told him that driving an emperor in the school was not allowed. In the school rules, he didn't see any aristocratic hover cars in the school. Moreover, even if he had violated the school's rules, it was not up to a student to enforce the law. Huang Qing, who was standing beside Lu Feng, seemed to have thought of something, and his expression turned gloomy. He glanced at Lu Feng and finally said, "Lu Feng, this rule wasn't set by the school. It was set by these people themselves. In the circle of the school's top geniuses, there seems to be an unwritten rule. For the sake of face, they say that once one person buys a top-grade suspension car, no one else is allowed to buy the same car. This is also to ensure that their hover cars are unique and ensure that they exist in the limelight. It seems that other than you, this Zhang Ting also has an emperor." Lu Feng smiled. This was a real smile, not a mocking or cold smile. Seeing Lu Feng smile, not only was Zhang Ting stunned, even Huang Qing was the same. He knew that Lu Feng didn't care at all. Lu Feng didn't know Zhang Ting's identity, but Huang Qing did. Although he didn't know Lu Feng for long, Huang Qing still had a good impression of Lu Feng. He quickly reminded Lu Feng, "Lu Feng, this Zhang Ting is Zhang Yu's younger brother. He's a warrior genius. He's currently a third year in university, and his strength has already reached the peak evolution stage. As for Zhang Yu, he was a true genius at the pinnacle. It was rumored that he had already entered the middle stage of the Cataclysm stage while cultivating in the Zhang family. Moreover, Zhang Yu is a peerless genius at the Federation level. Moreover, he's also the young master of a first-rate family in the Federation." Hearing this, Lu Feng nodded in understanding. He finally knew why this Zhang Ting was so arrogant. Indeed, with a brother who was the young master of a first-rate family in the Federation and his own talent, it wasn't easy to keep a low profile. Moreover, this Zhang Ting seemed to be an incomparably arrogant existence. Hearing Huang Qing's introduction, not only did Zhang Ting not have any intention of stopping him, he even allowed him to continue. Although his expression was still calm, the complacency in his eyes couldn't be concealed. But so what? Lu Feng's words made the few people stunned. However, these people had to exclude Lulu and Lu Fei. In Lulu's heart, what young master's younger brother? Even if he was the young master, in front of Lu Feng, he was nothing. After all, compared to any first-rate family, the human king Lu family wasn't just a little bit stronger. With how much the Lu family treasured Lu Feng, what was a so-called young master? Not to mention a young master, even if he was the head of the family, even the Zhang family, they were nothing. As for Lu Fei, there was nothing strange about it, because she knew Lu Feng's identity. Of course, this identity was Lu Feng's identity as a direct descendant of the first-rate family, the Lu family. The first-rate family, the Lu family, was far from what the so-called Zhang family could compare to. Although the Zhang family was indeed terrifying and was ranked in the top 30 among the first-rate families. However, compared to the first-rate family, the Lu family, the difference was incalculable. Although Lu Feng wasn't the young master of the Lu family, his identity was a direct descendant of the Lu family. He didn't have to be afraid of the younger brother of the Zhang family's young master. Lu Feng looked at Zhang Ting. While they were still in a daze, he finally revealed a mocking expression. A bunch of children who haven't grown up, a bunch of self-righteous geniuses. You actually learn from others and set up rules, wanting to control the order by yourself. Do you have the qualifications? Do you have the qualifications? He, Lu Feng, was an emperor, the emperor of endless time and space. As powerful as he was, as monstrous as he was, and as heaven-defying as he was, he couldn't set up rules before his strength had truly matured. These ant-like existences in Lu Feng's eyes still wanted to set up rules. This was simply incomparably laughable. Lu Feng's words finally awakened Zhang Ting from his daze. He looked at Lu Feng, revealing a trace of anger. Without the slightest hesitation, he actually directly punched towards Lu Feng. Seeing Zhang Ting make a move, the expressions of Huang Qing and the others changed greatly. In their eyes, Lu Feng was just a telekinesis master. Before a telekinesis master became a god, he couldn't fight against a martialist of the same level. Furthermore, a telekinesis master's cultivation speed in the early stages definitely couldn't be compared to a warrior's. Therefore, even though Lu Feng's talent surpassed Zhang Ting's, there wasn't the slightest bit of comparison between the two of them at the moment. Furthermore, a telekinesis master's body was abnormally weak. In the face of a martialist attack, Lu Feng wouldn't be able to receive it no matter what. Be careful. Be careful of cousin Lu Feng. Two voices rang out from Lu Fei and Huang Qing's mouths at the same time. At the moment, the two of them were incomparably pale. They seemed to be able to see the moment when Lu Feng was about to be seriously injured. However, when she saw this happen, Lulu didn't say a word. The expression she used to look at Zhang Ting was filled with only one kind of emotion. That emotion was called disdain. How is this possible? My eyes aren't playing tricks on me. Looking at the scene in front of them, Huang Qing and Lu Fei revealed an expression of disbelief. The scene in front of them was really unbelievable. At the moment, Zhang Ting was also looking at Lu Feng with a horrified expression. He looked at his fist that was completely frozen in front of Lu Feng. This is impossible. It's really impossible. It's really hard to believe. No one could believe what they were seeing in front of them. In everyone's hearts, that sure kill punch was actually completely frozen. It was completely frozen by Lu Feng's finger. Good. What terrifying strength. Huang Qing swallowed his saliva fiercely. He finally knew how terrifying Lu Feng was. This kind of horror was simply beyond the scope of his understanding. Huang Qing and Lu Fei could clearly feel that Lu Feng's fingertips were filled with an incomparably powerful force. This kind of force belonged to the soul. Huang Qing was already a peak spirit master. After a period of time, he would be able to enter the spirit master level. However, he was conceited. Even if he entered the spirit master level, when facing a peak evolution stage martial artist's full strength attack, he would still be seriously injured if he was completely unprepared. As for Lu Feng, relying on mental power to completely block the opponent's attack, This was completely impossible. At this moment, he finally understood why Lu Feng had that kind of expression when facing Zhang Ting. Why was he so disdainful? Indeed, to be able to buy the emperor, this proved that Lu Feng had a terrifying power behind him. And to be able to have such strength, it proved that Lu Feng had exceptional talent, an existence with both background and strength, and even a terrifying talent. How could he possibly fear Zhang Ting? After all, he was only the younger brother of the Zhang family's young master. He wasn't the young master of the Zhang family himself. Lu Feng looked at Zhang Ting. At this moment, there was no sadness or joy on his face. Do you know? Actually, you are really lucky. Lu Feng's words caused everyone to be slightly taken aback. Looking at the stunned Zhang Ting, Lu Feng continued to speak. If you weren't an existence of my human race, if you were only a foreign race's genius or demon, then the moment you attacked, just now, you would have already died. You would have already been completely annihilated. Although his words were very calm, the coldness in Lu Feng's voice could be heard by anyone. Seeing Lu Feng's current appearance, they believed that Lu Feng wasn't speaking casually. If this Zhang Ting wasn't a human, then at this moment, he would have already been completely annihilated. Those who attacked me, there are very few who are still alive. Although I can spare you this time. After all, this is the Federal University. However, even if you can avoid death, you can't escape punishment. You will have to receive the inevitable punishment. He lightly shook his finger. In the next moment, Zhang Ting was already sent flying and instantly hit the wall behind him. Zhang Ting was a martial artist, an evolution stage martial artist. His strength was already very good, and his body was abnormally strong by using the Zhang family's resources. Moreover, the Zhang family was an aristocratic family. Their ancestor had condensed the sacred truth body. Naturally, his bloodline also contained the inheritance of the sacred truth body. Compared to martial artists of the same level, his physical body was more than one level stronger. Chapter 562. Originally, if it was just a collision with the wall, there would not be any damage. However, when Zhang Ting slowly slid to the ground, his expression was filled with a type of ashen white. This was a sign that he was severely injured. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people sucked in a deep breath again. They knew that this must be Lu Feng's doing. Otherwise, how could Zhang Ting be so severely injured? In an instant, Lu Feng's ability in everyone's hearts increased again. In the next moment, Lu Feng slowly walked toward Zhang Ting. Every step he took on the ground caused his soul to tremble. As Zhang Ting looked at Lu Feng's slow footsteps, his eyes were filled with fear. Finally, when they saw that Lu Feng was about to reach Zhang Ting, the two people beside him spoke loudly. "What are you doing?" Master Zhang is the younger brother of the Zhang family's young master, Zhang Yu. Aren't you afraid of the Zhang family's punishment and revenge for hurting him like this? The Zhang family's existence was indeed a colossus to ordinary people. After all, it was a first-tier family in the Federation. Moreover, it was a terrifying existence that ranked in the top 30 among the first-tier families. Their revenge was indeed not something that ordinary people could bear. However, it was a pity that if it were someone else, they might have stopped. However, who was Lu Feng? He was someone who dared to reprimand an invincible almighty like Lin Huang. Back then, outside the Emperor planet, if it were not for Tu Tianqian's intervention, Lu Feng would have directly wiped out the Yuyo family's future hope in front of the entire Yuyo family. In the outer region, Lu Feng's hands were stained with the blood of more than 100 foreign tribe geniuses and monsters at once. Talking to Lu Feng about revenge? That was completely ignorant. It was too hilarious. Lu Feng was smiling, but his smile was so cold. In the next moment, he raised his arm and waved it gently. Suddenly, the two of them flew backward at the same time. It was a pity that they did not have Zhang Ting's ability. The moment they flew backward, they spat out countless mouthfuls of blood. Seeing this scene, Huang Qing sucked in a breath of cold air again. He looked at Lu Feng with an expression full of reverence. Such an unbridled and decisive existence was undoubtedly something that any existence would be terrified of. Lu Feng didn't even look at the two of them. and finally arrived in front of Zhang Ting. You know what? You are really nothing in my eyes. Any one of the geniuses and monsters that have fallen in my hands is 100 or 1,000 times stronger than you. As for my opponent, you don't even have the qualifications to look up to him. It's not just you. Even your elder brother, the young master of the Zhang clan, is nothing more than an ant in my eyes. Who do you think you are? How dare you challenge me? Lu Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. Only Lulu could understand the meaning behind that smile. Lulu remembered that back in Medicine God City, Lu Feng had the same expression when he faced the provocation of hundreds of foreign geniuses and monsters. At that time, Lu Feng's hands were covered in blood. I can give you a chance, because I want to see what kind of trump card you have that makes you so arrogant. By the way, you have a guardian crystal, right? According to your identity, you should have a guardian crystal, right? If you do, then take it out. I want to see how arrogant the Zhang clan is. Hearing Lu Feng's words, a trace of madness flashed across Zhang Ting's eyes. In all his life, he had never suffered such humiliation. To him, this was simply intolerable. All right, since you don't put the Zhang clan in your eyes, then I will do as you wish. You have to know that this is what you asked for. You asked for it. He sat up with difficulty and took out the guardian crystal. Without any hesitation, he crushed it. In an instant, in the sky above the school, a terrifying crack suddenly appeared. Countless students looked up at the sky and saw a horrifying scene. A deity has descended. Could it be that a god wants to attack the Federal University? What a terrifying aura. Who is it? Who wants to do this? In an instant, several figures appeared in the void. They appeared from every corner and angle, and all of them stood quietly in the void. These were the gods on the surface of the Federal University. They were responsible for the security of the Federal University. Now that there was the presence of a god descending from the sky, they naturally couldn't sit idly by. Seeing the gods appear in the Federal University, the students all let out a sigh of relief. They knew that the Federal University was protected by a god, so there was no chance of it being attacked. Knowing that they were no longer in danger, the students all stared unblinkingly at the figure slowly walking out of the crack. In an instant, the figure completely walked out of the crack. However, when he saw the gods around him, his expression changed drastically. However, before he could say anything, a god-tier master from the Federal University spoke up. "Who are you? How dare you casually descend here?" The god from the Zhang clan trembled slightly. Seeing that he was surrounded by human gods, he was slightly stunned at first. Now that he heard the words of the god-tier master from the Federal University, he suddenly realized something. He closed his eyes and began to check the coordinates of this place. After a moment, he opened his eyes. However, there was a strange expression in his eyes. Looking at the god-tier master who spoke before, the god from the Zhang clan hesitated for a moment and said, "I didn't know this place belonged to the Federal University. My apologies." Previously, when he sensed the fluctuation of the Zhang clan's bloodline communication crystal shattering, this god didn't check anything and directly descended in the direction of the fluctuation. However, now that he found out that he descended in the Federal University, he was somewhat flustered. As a godly existence, he naturally knew how terrifying and extreme the real existence of Federal University was. This was the true peak power in the world. It was a power that the Zhang clan could never and never dare to offend. Therefore, after knowing that this was the Federal University and seeing that it was a god-tier master, he didn't hesitate at all and respectfully answered. The god-tier master from the Federal University frowned slightly and said, "Why did you descend here? I think you didn't teleport here by mistake, did you?" The god from the Zhang clan slightly shook his head and said, "I descended after sensing the fluctuation of the Zhang clan's guardian crystal shattering." Hearing this, the god-tier master from the Federal University was slightly stunned. Naturally, he knew what the guardian crystal was. It was the last resort of a powerful clan to protect their bloodline. Once the guardian crystal shatters, it means that the bloodline of the clan is in danger. However, what danger could there be in the Federal University? After all, killing is prohibited here. He believed that no one would dare to violate the rules of the university, because this represented the reputation of the Federal University. What you said, is it true? Seeing the God-tier master from the Federal University frowning slightly, the god from the Zhang clan didn't hesitate and directly nodded. He knew that if he really offended the Federal University, he would have to pay a heavy price. Others didn't know, but he knew very well that if the Federal University wanted to punish him and annihilate him, the Zhang clan wouldn't be able to say anything. Moreover, a god casually descending to the Federal University violated the taboo of the Federal University. Nodding slightly, the god-tier master from the Federal University looked at the god from the Zhang clan and said, "In that case, follow the direction you sensed. I hope you didn't lie to us." Without hesitation, he immediately released his divine sense. In the next moment, the god from the Zhang clan showed a trace of horror in his eyes. "Over there." The moment he said that, he disappeared. The gods and god-tier masters from the Federal University didn't hesitate at all. They followed the trajectory of the spatial movement and also disappeared into the sky. At this moment, on the campus of the Federal University, countless students were left looking at each other. What the hell is going on? His expression was incomparably cold. The god from the Zhang clan looked at the severely injured Zhang Ting on the ground and asked slowly. In an instant, he appeared in the private room. Following that, the gods and the god-tier master of the Federal University also made their appearance. However, their expressions were filled with an incomparably strange feeling, because they saw a person. As a god from the Federal University, how could these people not know Lu Feng's identity? Moreover, compared to the people around them, they knew more about everything and understood how terrifying Lu Feng was. The god from the Zhang clan coldly looked at the several figures standing in front of Zhang Ting. His eyes were filled with endless gloominess. This god from the Zhang clan didn't like Zhang Ting very much. It could even be said that he hated him. Unfortunately, he had a good brother, a peerless genius that the Zhang clan couldn't lack. Although Zhang Yu's position in the Zhang clan wasn't as terrifying as Lu Feng and the others in their respective clans, compared to the previous young masters, he was more than one level higher. Naturally, his younger brother Zhang Ting's position also rose with the tide. Otherwise, how could a mere Zhang Ting have a guardian crystal? It should be noted that apart from the young masters of the major clans, only those monstrous geniuses had a guardian crystal. Someone like Zhang Ting was not qualified to have one. However, although he didn't like the younger brother of the Zhang clan's young master, at this moment, he was beaten to such a state. This made the god from the Zhang clan extremely gloomy. After all, Zhang Ting represented the face of the Zhang clan. Since he was beaten to such a state, the Zhang clan wouldn't look good either. Chapter 563. Who is it? Who is it? He kept looking around. After just one round, he had already confirmed it. Among the 5 people present, except for Zhang Ting, the others were safe and sound. One of them was even sitting in the original seat. Of course, he couldn't be sure just based on this point. However, when he saw the expressions of the 4 people, the god of the Zhang family was very sure. This was because of the 4 people he scanned. One was a man, and the other was a woman. Both of them were extremely terrified. The other 2 were very relaxed, as if they didn't take him seriously at all. Among them, the woman could be eliminated. This was because the girl was only a Psyche Master, and only an advanced Psyche Master. With such strength, it was impossible for her to fight against Zhang Ting. Moreover, after severely injuring Zhang Ting, she was still standing there quietly without any injuries. Therefore, the only possibility here was the existence sitting on the chair. At this moment, a new color was added to his cold eyes. It was killing intent, endless killing intent. At this time, the voice of Zhang Ting, who had finally reacted, was heard. "Ancestor, it's him." He pointed at Lu Feng with a finger. His expression was extremely ferocious, a terrifying smile that contained both madness and pleasure. At this moment, Zhang Ting didn't even see the other gods and divine masters from the Federal University after the god of the Zhang family. Hearing Zhang Ting's words, The god of the Zhang family nodded slightly. He looked at Lu Feng and smiled slowly. However, this smile was so terrifying. In the eyes of Lu Fei and Huang Qing, this smile was like the smile of death. It was so terrifying that one would be immersed in it and unable to protect oneself. God, God, swallowing hard, Huang Qing uttered a few words with great difficulty. He had felt this kind of majesty before. He had sensed it from one of the strongest experts in their faction. And according to legend, that leader was in existence at the level of a deity. Now a god had descended. Looking at the god's murderous gaze, Lu Fei gently tugged on Lulu's armor and unconsciously took a step back. Regarding Lu Fei's performance, Lulu did not have any strange expression, nor did she have any disdain in her eyes. She knew that Lu Fei was just an ordinary girl. Although she was talented, she had never experienced such a scene before. Perhaps this was her first time seeing a god. To ordinary people, gods were existences akin to the heavens. Therefore, it was already very good that he was not completely frightened when facing a god. Lulu smiled gently and pulled Lu Fei over. Xiao Fei, don't be afraid. Cousin is here. Lulu had blind confidence in Lu Feng. When she and Lu Feng parted ways, Lu Feng didn't have the power to kill a god. But for some reason, Lulu felt that by Lu Feng's side, nothing was a problem. It was as if all the dangers were no longer dangers. Moreover, she was not an idiot. She knew that Lu Feng must have a guardian crystal on him. If Lu Feng used the guardian crystal, then the descending Lu family might even be an almighty king realm existence. Therefore, at this moment, Lulu did not have the slightest bit of worry. But at this moment, unlike Lulu, Lu Fei was really afraid. What was on the other side? It was a god. Usually, Lulu believed too much in her cousin, believing that he was unparalleled in the world. Then Lu Fei would just laugh it off and not say anything. But now they were facing a god. In Lu Fei's heart, although Lu Feng's performance just now could be said to be amazing, compared to a god, he was too weak to be measured by reason. At this moment, trusting Lu Feng like this was undoubtedly an act of courting death. At this moment, Lu Fei felt a little despair. This was an unexpected calamity to begin with. But at this moment, she did not have any complaints. Although this conflict had nothing to do with her, she had a good impression of Lu Feng. She had seen Zhang Ting's performance just now. Although she was a little uncomfortable with Lu Feng's strength, she knew that Lu Feng was right, not wrong at all. If Lu Feng backed down, then although this disaster could be avoided, she would look down on Lu Feng from the bottom of her heart. So at this moment, although she was afraid, Lu Fei still tried her best to stand by Lu Feng's side. Feeling the movements of the two people beside him, Lu Feng smiled faintly. This was a slightly satisfied smile. Huang Qing, who was at the side, also had no way out at this moment. He knew that he had been involved in this matter. Since a girl dared to stand by Lu Feng's side, then he could not back down. Moreover, Huang Qing knew a little about the Federal University's background. He knew that even a god would not dare to kill at will in the Federal University. So he also stood behind Lu Feng. The god of the Zhang family looked at Lu Feng with undisguised, cold, killing intent. You are really bold. I just don't know which family's son you are. How dare you humiliate the dignity of the Zhang family like this? Are you courting death? Are you courting death? Hearing those words, Lu Feng smiled. It was an extremely strange smile. In the past, many people said this to me, but in the end, they all fell. If it were a few months ago, then you would have the qualifications to say this. But now, Lu Feng shook his head gently. A few months ago, he was only a peak evolution stage martialist. At that time, his combat strength was only slightly stronger than that of a demigod. But that was in the past. Now it was extremely easy for him to kill a god. Hearing this, the god of the Zhang family wanted to laugh. However, he cared about his image and only showed a mocking smile in the end. Do you know what? I have seen so many young talents. You're the most arrogant one I have ever seen. I really want to know who gave you the right to be so arrogant. At this moment, the god of the Zhang family's prestige erupted and rushed toward the four people. Such a terrifying aura would even cause a perfect stage martialist to be seriously injured. As for Lu Feng and the other three, except for Lu Feng, the other three would be completely annihilated in an instant. Finally, when Huang Qing and Lu Fei showed a look of despair, an equally powerful aura appeared in front of them. In an instant, a figure stood there quietly and looked at the god of the Zhang family with incomparable coldness. Wantonly killing in the Federal University. Are you courting death? The same words were said again in just a few seconds. However, this time, the person who said it was someone else. And the person who spoke before became the one who suffered the consequences. The god of the Zhang family looked at the person in front of him with an extremely complicated expression. In the end, he only sighed deeply. I lost my composure and accidentally vented my anger on someone else. However, he is the culprit behind all of this. He actually dared to challenge the prestige of the Zhang family. I think you won't interfere anymore, right? The being who appeared was also a god. It was the god of the Federal University that descended together with the Zhang family. As the god of the Federal University, how could he watch someone wantonly kill in the Federal University? Hearing the god of the Zhang family's words, an extremely strange expression appeared in the god's eyes. He turned around to look at Lu Feng, only to see a strange smile on his face. At this moment, the god of the Federal University turned around and looked at the god of the Zhang family. We don't care about him. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed completely in an instant. The people on Lu Feng's side were extremely shocked and anxious. However, the two deities in Zhang Ting of the Zhang family were extremely excited. Unfortunately, they were too excited. They didn't understand the meaning behind the words of the god of the Federal University. If they didn't care about Lu Feng, then it meant that they wouldn't care about him. However, what he said was that they didn't care about him. The meaning behind this was really hard to fathom. At the scene, the only person who didn't change after hearing the words of the god of the Federal University was Lu Feng. He was still the same as before, as if he didn't care about what had just been said. The god of the Zhang family looked at Lu Feng with a smile and said in a gloomy voice, "Kid, you better give me a reason not to kill you. Otherwise, you will definitely die this time. If you don't have a strong background and lose the protection of the Federal University, what else can you do? How can you survive?" Lu Fei was already anxious. Huang Qing was the same. They looked at the god of the Federal University in front of them. They didn't understand why this teacher would say such a thing. However, they didn't dare, couldn't ask for anything. After all, the gap between them and this teacher was too big. Even if they said it, it would be useless. Lu Feng's expression was extremely calm. He looked at the god of the Zhang family and listened to his words. In the end, he just smiled gently. A reason not to kill me? I will definitely die. Ha ha, ha ha. The crisp laughter was very obvious. At this moment, Lu Feng was still sitting quietly in the same spot, as if nothing in front of him could shake him in the slightest. When they saw Lu Feng like this, Lu Fei and Huang Qing, who had just escaped danger, had strange expressions on their faces. It was an expression that was intertwined with perplexity and adoration. The current Lu Feng was simply too terrifying in the eyes of these two people. This didn't mean that Lu Feng's strength was terrifying. They hadn't even seen Lu Feng's true strength. What was terrifying was Lu Feng's heart. Even though he was facing a god, he still dared to say such a domineering thing. Disregarding everything else, this performance alone was enough to surpass countless geniuses in the current era. Unfortunately, no matter how strong you are still facing a god. Chapter 564. Lu Feng's laughter was so clear, but it was also so ear-piercing. The Zhang family's godly spirit frowned slightly. He could not imagine what was supporting Lu Feng to remain so calm in the face of a godly spirit. The Zhang family's godly spirit could clearly see that Lu Feng's calmness was not an empty show of strength. He was really that calm. At this moment, the Zhang family's godly spirit was finally curious about Lu Feng's identity. After a moment of silence, he slowly opened his mouth. "Who are you? What kind of existence is behind you?" Tell me, and I can let you go this time." Hearing this, the first to speak was actually Zhang Ting. "Patriarch, you can't." Hearing Zhang Ting's words, the Zhang family's patriarch did not react. At this moment, he had completely ignored Zhang Ting. If it were any other time, the Zhang family's patriarch would at most dislike Zhang Ting. However, at this moment, when Lu Feng stood in front of him, when the contrast between him and Lu Feng was so stark, the Zhang family's godly spirit was completely disgusted with Zhang Ting. Compared to Lu Fenglai, Zhang Ting was simply worthless. As if he could see the Zhang family's godly spirit's disregard for him, Zhang Ting finally fell silent. There was a slight resentment in his eyes. If Lu Feng ignored him, he could speak up. However, when the Zhang family's godly spirit ignored him, he did not dare to say anything. This was because Zhang Ting knew that if not for his own brother, Zhang Yu, who was a peak genius, he was really nothing. There was no comparison between him and the Zhang family's godly spirit. Therefore, he could only remain silent. Everyone held their breaths. At this moment, Lu Fei finally relaxed. Just now, she was so shocked by the appearance of the godly spirit that she had forgotten Lu Feng's true identity. Now that the Zhang family's godly spirit asked, she suddenly remembered that Lu Feng's identity was also incomparably noble. At the very least, it was not inferior to Zhang Ting's. After all, Lu Feng was a descendant of the first-rate Lu family. Although he wasn't the young master, his status as a direct descendant was still incomparably revered. At least for the sake of this identity, the gods of the Zhang family wouldn't go too far. However, before Lu Fei could completely relax, Lu Feng's words made her feel anxious again. At this moment, she was even slightly annoyed with Lu Feng. After hearing the Zhang family's godly spirit's words, Lu Feng was still smiling. However, this smile was mixed with an emotion that no one else could understand. The greatest existence standing behind me is myself. In my heart, I am the greatest existence. I am my greatest trump card. I am the one who gave myself the right to be so arrogant. There are still many things I can't fight against. However, I am not afraid of you at all. Lu Feng's words were already a provocation. His words made the killing intent in the eyes of the Zhang family's god even more obvious. You're really courting death. Everyone could clearly feel the rage of the Zhang family's godly spirit. At this moment, these people's faces were full of strange expressions. Previously, Zhang Ting's resentment towards Lu Feng had reached the extreme. However, at this moment, for the first time, he felt that Lu Feng was so cute. This was because he knew that Lu Feng had completely angered the Zhang family's godly spirit. He had successfully angered a true god. Lu Feng. Lu Fei finally couldn't endure it anymore. Although she was angry with Lu Feng's words, she couldn't just watch Lu Feng die like this. Therefore, she planned to say it in advance. At the very least, she wanted to let Lu Feng escape this calamity. Unfortunately, the moment she said it, Lulu, who was beside her, pulled her aside. She looked at Lulu with slight confusion. She knew what kind of feelings Lulu had for Lu Feng. After all, during their daily interactions, she could completely feel Lulu's heartfelt worship for Lu Feng. However, at this critical moment, Lulu stopped her from saying anything. She wanted Lu Feng to die. Lulu looked at Lu Fei quietly and smiled. This smile had a strange expression that Lu Fei had never seen before. At this moment, Lulu looked at Lu Feng again. The incomparable worship in her eyes was so obvious that anyone could clearly feel it. Little Fei, cousin has his own ideas about this matter. He's right. Cousin's biggest support is himself. In this world, no one can surpass him. In the future, this era will be his era. This kind of worship was beyond madness. Lu Fei had never seen such an expression on Lulu's face. Even when she was worshipping Lu Feng, Lulu had never praised him like this. This was his era, and this future belonged to him. What kind of crazy worship did it take to say such words? For some reason, looking at Lulu like this, Lu Fei did not know what to say. In her heart, she rationally told herself that this was complete nonsense. This was completely harming Lu Feng's life. However, she vaguely believed it. Just like that, he inexplicably believed it. Ha ha, ha ha ha. The sound of wild laughter came out of Zhang Ting's mouth. He had never seen such an arrogant person. Or rather, he had never heard of such an arrogant person. Although he was very dissatisfied with Zhang Ting's behavior, the Zhang family's god did not say anything. This was because he really did think that Lu Feng's words were too funny. Looking at Lu Feng, when the laughter completely stopped, the Zhang family's god finally spoke. I really want to see if your future can really be like what you said, and let yourself become such a great existence. Unfortunately, it's already impossible, because I won't let that day come. This time you must die. He raised his arm and pointed at the void. Everyone felt the killing power contained in the point. This terrifying point was completely from a god. It could easily kill a demigod. Everyone showed a look of despair. They had already given up all hope. This they swallowed hard. No matter if it was Lu Fei, Huang Qing, or even Zhang Ting, who had abruptly stopped smiling and whose face was flushed red, all of them had a completely stunned expression. At this moment, the master of this peerless killing power, the Zhang family's god, also showed a look of disbelief. This was only one word, but after that, he could not say anything else. This was because the scene in front of them really made them speechless. Again, it was the same point. Even the position of the point did not change at all. In this way, the same point was used to completely annihilate the killing power. This was not Zhang Ting's attack. This was not the attack of a warrior in the upheaval stage. This was not even the attack of a warrior in the perfect stage. This was the supreme killing power of a god. Although it was only a little bit, everyone could clearly feel the supreme power of annihilation that this little bit carried. Everyone believed that if the power contained in this point went berserk here, perhaps an area the size of 100 heaven cities would be instantly turned into ashes. However, such an attack was actually annihilated. It was actually completely annihilated by Lu Feng's casual attack. The Zhang family's god finally woke up completely. He looked at Lu Feng with a twisted expression. Who are you? Who the hell are you? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Lu Feng stared coldly at the god of the Zhang family. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. However, this arc was not beautiful at all. That was because it was so ice-cold and filled with killing intent. Truth be told, after reaching this level, I have never killed a deity even once. I didn't expect that this time I would be able to fulfill my wish. Lu Feng gently took a step forward. At this moment, countless terrifying auras rose from his body. If it was under normal circumstances, once this terrifying aura appeared, it would be enough to instantly crush the entire cafeteria and even the surrounding area into nothingness. However, at this moment, it was so strange. This was because everyone felt this terrifying aura. However, this aura didn't spread at all. It was actually confined to this room. This was really too strange. Lu Feng's control is really terrifying. Through the void, Dao Songtian looked at Lu Feng's performance with a smile. He knew that it was simply impossible for ordinary existences to achieve this. Perhaps only an existence like Lu Feng, who was at the level of an era's monstrous genius and above, could really control it. Sensing Lu Feng's aura, the Zhang family's god revealed an indescribable look of shock. Impossible. How is this possible? Your strength, your strength. You are only at the peak of the perfect stage. But why are you so strong? Vaguely, he seemed to have thought of something. Unfortunately, it was all too late, because Lu Feng's fist had already moved. In an instant, it was a peerless beauty. At this moment, Lu Feng's fist appeared in everyone's sight. Any existence, even an ordinary person, could clearly see the strangeness of Lu Feng's fist. Lu Feng's fist glided in the air. It was beautiful. At this moment, he did not seem to be killing, but performing a kind of art. It was an indescribable artistic beauty. Look, they all saw it. But what could they do even if they saw it? This was because no one could avoid this fatal blow. No one could avoid its arrival. The Zhang family's god stood quietly where he was. However, in his eyes, there was a trace of light fading. Lu Feng's fist stopped quietly in front of his chest. However, it was a pity that Lu Feng was frowning at this moment. Slowly, he withdrew his fist, turned around, walked back to his original seat, and sat there quietly. At this moment, the air seemed to have completely frozen. No one could breathe or move. They could only stare blankly at Lu Feng, looking at his incomparable calmness. Finally, the frozen time was completely shattered. It was broken by the sound of a few gasps of cold air. These people looked at Lu Feng with a kind of confusion, a kind of unknown. Now, he understood it completely. Lu Fei finally understood the whole situation. She finally understood why Lulu worshipped Lu Feng so much, why she said those words, why she never allowed anyone to mock Lu Feng, and why she could still be so confident even in the face of God. It turned out that Lu Feng was not a lunatic or a fool. What he said was true. He actually had the strength to kill a god. Killing a god, it was really killing a god. Looking at the Zhang family's god whose eyes were completely unfocused, Lu Feng sighed softly. There was a faint helplessness on his face. His voice was heard. I didn't expect that my first real attempt to kill a god would be a failure. You don't have to pretend anymore. Since I didn't kill you this time, I won't bother to do it again. As if hearing Lu Feng's words, the unfocused eyes, those eyes that seemed to have lost any soul, returned to their original state in an instant. They returned to their previous appearance, the look that was full of light and spirituality. However, this time, there was no longer any disdain in his eyes, nor was there any killing intent. He only had a kind of trembling and a look of fear. Lu Feng looked at him and said slowly, I really want to know what saved your life. I'm sure that my attack just now was enough to kill you. But the moment I killed you, I felt that there seemed to be something strange in the depths of your soul, and actually swallowed my attack. Frowning slightly, Lu Feng continued, No, it wasn't swallowed. It seemed to have replaced my attack. That seems to be the other you who blocked the fatal blow for your main body. Lu Feng's words made the Zhang family's god's pupils contract infinitely. In his eyes, Lu Feng's expression was indescribably terrifying. He really didn't expect that Lu Feng could see through all of this. He even saw through his last, greatest trump card completely. Taking a deep breath, the Zhang family's god finally calmed down. Chapter 565. The Zhang family's deity looked at Lu Feng and fell silent for a moment. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, he bowed slowly. Everyone knew that the Zhang family's deity was thanking Lu Feng for sparing his life. After all, Lu Feng had just said that he would not attack the Zhang family's deity again. In that case, the Zhang family's deity would be spared. The finger attack from earlier was still vivid in everyone's mind. Therefore, they knew that Lu Feng was telling the truth. He really spared the Zhang family's deity's life. This time, I was foolish and ignorant. Once upon a time, I obtained a grade 7 artifact from the battlefield in the Outer Realm. That grade 7 artifact was called the Substitute Puppet. It could bear the brunt of my death once. Of course, the brunt of the attack was limited to a certain extent. If it was a true god, then the Substitute Puppet would be useless. Your attack just now should have been at the level of a deity. Therefore, the Substitute Puppet was useful at that moment. It was the Substitute Puppet that blocked your fatal blow for me. After hearing this, Lu Feng was completely enlightened. He nodded gently. At this moment, Lu Feng's interest was waning. At first, he thought that the Zhang family's deity had cultivated a strange cultivation method and possessed two souls similar to his. However, it seemed that he had been overthinking things. Two souls was a supreme divine ability. Supreme divine abilities were exclusive to the taboo monarch. Not to mention that this was just an ordinary deity. Even a monstrous genius of the era could not possess such a divine ability. Otherwise, such heaven-defying deities would be everywhere. Seeing that Lu Feng did not say anything, the Zhang family's deity seemed to have mustered up his courage. He looked at Lu Feng and finally said, I want to ask, what is your name? In his heart, he was very certain. However, the Zhang family's deity still wanted to confirm it. In fact, he also understood that this confirmation was not important at all. This was because in the current universe, even in the boundless space-time universe, among all the major races, there were only a few who could easily kill a mid-tier deity when they were the perfect stage. Moreover, there was only one person who had reached the peak of the perfection stage. He was in existence in the world and was also a human being. There was only him, the one who had just shaken the universe and returned to the #1 position in the War of Kings, the one who had been hailed as the strongest in the history of the War of Kings. Lu Feng smiled faintly, but his eyes were filled with incomparable calmness. Haven't you already guessed it? The deity of the Zhang family trembled slightly. At this moment, he knew that the person in front of him was really Lu Feng. In that moment, he had already blurted it out. "You're Lu Feng. You're Emperor Lu Feng." Lu Feng calmly continued, not saying a word. However, the others were slightly puzzled. They knew that Lulu's cousin was Lu Feng. But what could Lu Feng do? Looking at the deity's appearance, it seemed that the two words Lu Feng were a terrifying name. Most importantly, they heard the last few words of the deity of the Zhang family. Emperor Lu Feng. Emperor. In the current world, except for existences like the virtual king and above, who would dare to use the title of king? Of course, the younger generation also had the title of king. However, such an existence might not appear even once in 1,000 years. Huang Qing wondered if Lu Feng was the legendary emperor of Massacre. Or could Lu Feng be the real virtual king? But in the next moment, Huang Qing denied his conjecture, because what Lu Feng had just displayed was not the power of the virtual king at all. Lu Feng was indeed incomparably terrifying and peerless, but his strength was too far away from that of a king. But at this moment, Huang Qing was still incomparably shocked. Because Lu Feng had the title of king, or even emperor, it was an incomparably shocking name. Everything contained within made Huang Qing and Lu Fei vaguely feel something. Looking at Lu Feng, the deity of the Zhang family finally sighed deeply. "Young Master Lu, please forgive me. All of this has nothing to do with the Zhang family. Everything is my own fault. If you want to punish me, you can take my life. Please spare the Zhang family." The deity of the Zhang family's deity's words made Lu Fei and Huang Qing, who had just woken up, fall into a daze again. "Young Master Lu, spare the Zhang family?" Lu Fei muttered to herself. In her eyes, there was only Lu Feng's body left. There was no room for anything else. Hearing this, Lulu, who was beside her, finally smiled. It was a smug smile. "How is it, little Fei? I was right, wasn't I? Cousin, he is the greatest existence in the world. In the current world, no one can be compared to him. That deity is right. Cousin is the young master of the Lu family. However, he is not the young master of the first-rate Lu family. He is the young master of the human king Lu family." The young master of the human king Lu family looked at Lu Feng in confusion, then looked at Lulu. Lu Fei's eyes were filled with confusion. However, this expression did not last long, because in the next moment, her eyes were completely filled with horror. Lu family, human king Lu family. Cousin Lu Feng is the human king Lu family. Young master? The human king Lu family was publicly recognized as the #1 aristocratic family in the current universe. The bloodline of the human king Lu family, who was publicly recognized as the #1 expert in the universe in this era, and even since ancient times. Lu Feng was actually the young master of the Lu family. Such an identity could no longer be described as noble. Perhaps in the current world, among the younger generation, no one could suppress Lu Feng in terms of status. Lulu smiled mischievously and continued. "Of course, cousin is the young master of the human king Lu family. His greatness is unparalleled. Previously, cousin was absent for a year. During that year, he was in the foreign battlefield, competing with the peerless geniuses of the various major races. Of course, cousin won in the end. No matter if the opponent was 1, 10, or 100, whether it was the Emperor of Massacre, the King of Massacre, or the monstrous geniuses of an era that might not be born in an era, or the taboo monarch of the same realm as cousin. They all lost a cousin in the end. My cousin is the pinnacle king of the current world. Hearing Lulu's praise, He Lu Fei and Huang Qing both lowered their heads and became completely silent. Although they did not know all of this, they knew about the War of the Kings. The existence of the War of the Kings was shocking. Although they did not have the qualifications to participate, it did not prevent them from knowing about the War of the Kings. Lu Feng was able to overcome all obstacles in the War of the Kings and defeat countless opponents. This was enough to make the universe tremble. Yes, a month ago, young Master Lu fought a peak rank 7 monstrous genius outside Emperor Planet, Yuyo Ronghua of the Yuyo family. Facing Yuyo Ronghua, who was 1 rank higher than him, young Master Lu easily suppressed him. At the last moment, Yuyo Ronghua awakened the supreme overlord of the primordial immortal devil era, the Master of 6 Dao, and summoned his imprint to fight young Master Lu. At the last moment, young Master Lu recovered all of his combat power, but the result was still easily defeated. After that battle, young Master Lu is still invincible among the younger generation of the current world. He is known as the #1 monstrous genius of the War of the Kings since ancient times. The #1 monstrous genius of the War of the Kings since ancient times. At this moment, there was too much shock. However, those who did not know could not help but be shocked again. Those who were qualified to participate in the War of the Kings were geniuses and monstrous geniuses in the eyes of Huang Qing and He Lu Fei. Those who were able to leave their names in the War of the Kings were existences that they regarded as gods. However, Lu Feng, the cousin of Lu Feng in front of them, became a #1 person in the War of the Kings since ancient times. Such a title was far more terrifying than any divine king or supreme venerable. If one really wanted to talk about it, then perhaps only the human monarch primogenitor would be able to slightly suppress Lu Feng, the #1 monstrous genius of the kings since ancient times. The #1 monstrous genius of the War of the Kings since ancient times. The Lu family is really that terrifying. The divine spirit expert of the Federal University, who had never said a word since coming here, finally let out a long sigh. He was truly lamenting. After all, the existence of the human king Lu clan was truly too terrifying. At this moment, Zhang Ting was already stunned. When he saw that Lu Feng really had the combat strength to slay a god, he was completely stunned. He was arrogant. He was indeed extremely arrogant. However, his arrogance depended on who he was dealing with. How could he dare to be arrogant in the face of such a young man who could already slay a god? When he heard that Lu Feng was the young master of the Lu family, Zhang Ting completely understood that he was done for. He was completely done for. The Lu family was the #1 aristocratic family in the world. Even if 100 Zhang families joined forces, they would not be a match for the Lu family, let alone the Zhang family. This was simply not a confrontation of the same level. As he looked at the divine spirit of the Zhang family, Lu Feng was silent for a moment. In the end, he waved his arm gently. Since I said that I would not kill you, then I will not make a move. However, I did not let him off so easily. As he spoke, Lu Feng had already raised his arm. However, a moment later, a strange expression appeared on his face. A moment later, he actually slowly lowered his raised arm. Forget it. Take him away as well. I do not wish to see him again in the future. Zhang Ting looked at Lu Feng in a daze. The same was true for the divine spirit of the Zhang family. He really had not expected that Lu Feng would actually let Zhang Ting off. One had to know that if he had been in Lu Feng's shoes, he would have killed Zhang Ting no matter what. In their eyes, an existence like Zhang Ting was just an ant. In the eyes of a noble existence like Lu Feng, he was not even an ant. Such a person had offended them and caused so much trouble. No matter what, he cannot be allowed to live. But now, Lu Feng had spared them. This caused the two of them to be confused. Even Zhang Ting was the same. Chapter 566. The Zhang family's god was silent for a moment. He was wondering if Lu Feng had any tricks up his sleeves. However, after thinking about it for a while, he gave up. He knew that Lu Feng didn't need to do that. Who was Lu Feng? He was the young master of the Lu family. This kind of status was incomparably noble, and Emperor Lu Feng's status in the Lu clan could be said to be the highest and most important existence. As long as Lu Feng gave the order, the Lu family would definitely turn the Zhang family into ruins in an instant. The Zhang family was a first-class aristocratic family. However, compared to the Lu family, the difference was huge. Lu Feng had absolute strength. Moreover, he was a supreme genius. There was no need for him to do anything on purpose. Therefore, the Zhang family's god understood that Lu Feng was really going to let Zhang Ting and the Zhang family go. In the next moment, the Zhang family's god bowed respectfully to Lu Feng again. Then, he pulled Zhang Ting and disappeared completely. Just now, Lu Feng really wanted to kill Zhang Ting. After all, everything that happened today was caused by Zhang Ting. Lu Feng didn't have any good impression of such a person. Moreover, he was like an ant. Killing him was nothing. Compared to the people he had killed in the foreign battlefields, Zhang Ting was nothing. However, just as he was about to make a move, Dao Songtian's voice suddenly sounded in Lu Feng's ears. Dao Songtian meant that this was the Federal University's General Hospital. He didn't want anyone to die here. Dao Songtian was Lu Feng's teacher. Lu Feng also respected Dao Songtian very much. This wasn't a big deal. Lu Feng naturally didn't care. Therefore, in the end, he directly let both of them go. After the deities of the Zhang family left, there were only a few deities and priests from the Federal University left in the room. Lu Feng looked at them and respectfully greeted them a few times. After a few words of agreement with a smile, these existences completely disappeared. Now that they had witnessed Lu Feng's strength, they naturally left with great satisfaction. Looking at the modeled private room, Lu Feng felt a little helpless. Forget it. I can't stay here any longer. Anyway, I have nothing to do in the afternoon. Let's go out and eat later. It's my treat. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Lu Fei scanned her surroundings gently. Her eyes were calm after the initial shock. This kind of calmness made one's heart feel empty. She looked at Lu Feng and nodded gently. All right then. To be able to eat a meal prepared by the young master of the Lu family. To be able to eat a meal prepared by an emperor like you. I'm afraid not everyone can receive such treatment. Lu Feng shrugged slightly, but didn't say anything. Huang Qing had a complicated expression on his face as he looked at Lu Feng. In the past, he had thought that Lu Feng wasn't simple. However, no matter how much he had imagined Lu Feng to be, when he found out about Lu Feng's identity, he simply couldn't believe it. The young master of the Lu family was the young master of the Lu family, the #1 family in the world. Compared to them, this kind of status was like heaven and earth. Huang Qing sighed deeply. He wanted to say something. However, at the moment, Huang Qing realized that he actually couldn't say anything. This was the first time he had felt this way. When he had been in school, he had never felt this way, not even when he had faced the #1 genius of the General Hospital. However, now that he was facing Lu Feng, even though Lu Feng didn't release any trace of his might, he still felt a terrifying pressure in his heart. Huang Qing knew that compared to Lu Feng Lai, the so-called #1 genius of the General Hospital and the peak-level genius of the Federation, who was on the verge of becoming an emperor, really wasn't much. When he saw the complicated expression on Huang Qing's face, Lu Feng just smiled faintly. He had already seen this kind of expression too many times. Furthermore, the people who showed this kind of expression were all geniuses. They were all geniuses who were several levels higher than Huang Qing. Back when he had transformed into Futu on the battlefield in the foreign lands, he had practically become a nightmare for the younger generation. Ever since then, very few people had wanted to challenge him. Even those who had the strength to challenge him had come with the determination to die. Therefore, any geniuses from other races or geniuses who saw Lu Feng would feel boundless reverence and abnormal fear. At this moment, Huang Qing's face was filled with boundless reverence. Lu Feng smiled faintly and said slowly, "What's wrong, class monitor? Are you in a bad mood after being disturbed by those people?" Lu Feng still called him class monitor. Hearing this, a different expression finally appeared on Huang Qing's face. He quietly looked at Lu Feng and said solemnly, "Lu." Lu Feng smiled faintly. "Just like before, just call me Lu Feng. I am the emperor, but I am also Lu Feng. I am the emperor. That is when I am fighting. Normally, I am called Lu Feng. I, even more, hope that people will call me Lu Feng and not emperor." Huang Qing understood Lu Feng's meaning. There was no unfamiliar emotion in it. He knew that he had gained Lu Feng's approval from the beginning to the end because of his stubbornness. He had already regarded him as a friend. Thinking of this, Huang Qing felt a sudden surge of pride in his chest. Lu Feng regarded him as a friend. What an honor this was. Even without mentioning Lu Feng's current status, just his strength alone was enough to shock anyone. In front of Lu Feng, the existence of a deity was not even a match for him. His strength was enough to completely crush a deity. It was a complete crush. Such strength was enough to make anyone admire him to the end. Becoming a friend with such terrifying recognition was a great honor in itself. "All right, Lu Feng, since you treat me as a friend, then I, Huang Qing, will naturally treat you with the attitude of a friend. Although there is nothing I can do to help you. As long as anything happens to you, even if it is dangerous, I, Huang Qing, will definitely not frown." Although Huang Qing knew that he would definitely not be able to help Lu Feng, this was a kind of attitude. No matter what, Lu Feng had already regarded him as a friend, so this attitude was necessary. Lu Feng chuckled without the slightest change in his expression. He nodded gently. "Class monitor, we are friends. Let's not talk about this. The most important thing now is to go out and have a good meal. After all, everyone hasn't eaten yet." The few of them nodded gently. At the moment, they were no longer burdened. They walked out quietly. Lu Feng and Lu were sitting in Lu Feng's car, while Huang Qing and Lu Fei were in Lulu's crystal heart. Lulu did not like suspension cars that much. She was far from being as persistent as Lu Fei. Besides, since she had the opportunity to be with Lu Feng, Lulu naturally did not care about anything else. Both of them were top-notch suspension cars, so their speed was naturally incomparably fast. Usually, it would take more than 2 hours to reach the city center. However, this time, it took them less than an hour to reach the city center. Of course, this was also because the traffic was smooth today. Otherwise, even the best suspension car would be helpless in the face of such congested traffic. Lu Feng did not care about where to eat. However, at Lulu's request, he still went to Paradise City, which was also the most famous place in the Federation, the Flower Garden. The four of them entered the Flower Garden one by one, accompanied by a waiter the whole time. Of course, this was not because the service was outstanding, but because the people in the Flower Garden had already known about their suspension cars when they stopped. There were less than 100 Emperor cars in the entire Federation, and the price was as high as 2 billion yuan. Although the Crystal Heart was not as good as the Emperor car, its price was still as high as 500 million yuan. Ordinary people, even those who were not top-notch rich, simply could not afford to drive a suspension car like this. Therefore, the people in the Flower Garden had already noticed the 2 suspension cars when they had arrived. They had already regarded the 4 of them as true nobles. This was also why they had been accompanied by a waiter along the way. After entering the hall, a person who looked like the manager of the hall walked over. He stood in front of Lu Feng with a slightly respectful smile and asked slowly, "May I know where the 4 of you would like to eat?" It had to be said that the manager was also a person with good eyesight. He could easily tell that Lu Feng was the noblest existence in the group. Lu Feng looked back at Huang Qing and Lu Fei and asked, "I've only been here once. What do you think is good?" Lu Fei also fell silent. Lu Feng did not come often because he did not need to. Lu Fei also did not come often because she did not have the opportunity to come here. After all, the expenses here were too terrifying for people like her. After a moment, Lu Fei looked at Huang Qing. "Huang Qing, on the other hand, just stood there awkwardly. Although he came here often, he had only been to the hall. Even the private rooms were some ordinary places. He could not book a top-notch private room at all. Therefore, he did not know where to go. Looking at the two of them, Lu Feng knew that he could not count on them. He looked at the manager, thought for a moment, and said, "Then, just prepare the best private room for me." After saying this, Lu Feng had already stepped forward. He had been here before. At that time, it was Li Tianlai who treated him. However, at that time, they did not eat to their satisfaction. Back then, a branch disciple of the Yuyo family had appeared to cause trouble. In the end, he even attracted the dissent of a god. However, he was scared away by the Federal University. That was why there was no battle. However, at that time, a lot of the garden was destroyed. So now, this was a newly built flower garden. Lu Feng did not understand this place at all. Chapter 567. Looking at Lu Feng's departing footsteps, the manager of the garden hesitated slightly, but still caught up with Lu Feng and said, "Wait a moment, sir. You can't go there yet." Lu Feng stopped in his tracks and looked at the manager of the garden with a puzzled expression. But soon, Lu Feng understood. He thought that what he said was correct, but others didn't think so. The manager was slightly embarrassed, but he still said, "Sir, we have a lot of private rooms here, but there are only 10 top-notch private rooms. Of course, there is only one top-notch private room. Regardless of whether it is top-notch or top-notch private rooms, they are generally not open. Unless one of our internal leaders or someone of noble status comes, no one else can enjoy it." He knew that Lu Feng came here in the emperor. Such a status was definitely noble among ordinary people. But the noble this manager was talking about was those powerful existences. Although being rich was also a symbol of status, in this world, no matter how rich a person was, they still couldn't compare to those powerful martial artists. And those top-notch private rooms were prepared for this kind of people. Hearing this, Lu Feng hesitated for a moment. In fact, he didn't care where he went at all. But the person beside him was Lulu. With Lulu by his side, Lu Feng had a problem. After all, Lu Feng didn't want Lulu to be wronged. If possible, he would let Lulu enjoy the best treatment. Finally, Lu Feng spoke. "Then, what status does one need to enter the top-notch private room?" Paradise City was one of the top cities in the Federation. Of course, the flower garden in Paradise City was the best private room in the Federation. This wasn't a place that ordinary people could enjoy. As for the best private rooms, one status was even more prestigious. After hesitating for a moment, the manager of the Garden of Paradise gave the answer. The top-notch private room required someone who was at least the head of a second-rate family to enter. This was the lowest level of status. Of course, it would be a different story if they were powerful enough. A demigod, even a first-tier demigod, is qualified to enter here and enjoy the best treatment. Regardless of whether it was the family head of a second-rate family or a demigod, they were all extremely honorable existences in the Federation. The reason why the Flower Garden had set up this top-notch private room was just a facade. They had never expected a second-rate family leader or a demigod to come here. After all, this kind of existence really didn't care about external things. Hearing this, Lu Feng smiled slightly. Although he was the young master of the human king Lu family was much more honorable than the family head of a first-rate aristocratic family. Moreover, Lu Feng's existence was equivalent to the young lord of the family head. Such a status was definitely worthy of being the highest in the world. Although he was not a demigod yet, his strength was enough to kill any demigod in seconds. "Lead the way then. I think my status is enough." Hearing this, the manager was slightly taken aback. He didn't believe that Lu Feng was really the family head of a second-rate aristocratic family. Moreover, he didn't believe that Lu Feng was a demigod expert. After all, Lu Feng's appearance was really too young. The manager still wanted to say something, but in the next moment, the two people behind Lu Feng spoke up. "Lu Feng is right. Lead the way." The one who spoke was Huang Qing. He knew that with Lu Feng's status, there was no problem at all for him to enjoy this top-notch private room. However, Lu Feng's status was a little too special in his heart. Since Lu Feng didn't say it out loud, he naturally couldn't directly point out his name. Unfortunately, the manager was slightly dissatisfied. The few of them said that, but he didn't know their identities. If that was the case, he still wouldn't be able to explain himself. One had to know that every time a top-notch private room was opened, it had to be reported to the higher-ups. When he saw the manager's expression, Lu Feng just smiled faintly. When you report to the higher-ups, just say that I am the young master of the Lu family. My name is Lu Feng. After saying this, Lu Feng walked forward. The manager was slightly stunned. However, a moment later, his expression changed drastically. In an instant, he understood everything. Among the current aristocratic families, there were only 3 with the surname Lu. One of them was a second-rate aristocratic family. However, as he had said before, one needed to be at least the family head of a second-rate aristocratic family to be able to enter the top-notch private room. Obviously, if one was the young master of the second-rate Lu family, one's status was completely insufficient. Apart from this, only the young master of the first-rate Lu family could enter the top-notch private room with the status of a young master. In that case, Lu Feng was actually the young master of the first-rate Lu family. The first-rate Lu family. Although ordinary people didn't know much about it, as the manager of Paradise City's flower garden, how could he not know about the first-rate Lu family? This was a terrifying aristocratic family. Although ordinary people didn't know much about it, and very few people knew about it, its existence wasn't any worse than the Beigong, Nanming, and other first-rate aristocratic families. It could be said that the young master of the first-rate Lu family status wasn't any worse than the core members of many super aristocratic families. If that was the case, then his status was definitely enough to enter the place. When he thought of this, the manager led the 4 of them in without any hesitation. Although this was just Lu Feng's words, he didn't have any proof. However, anyone who could afford to be an emperor couldn't possibly be a liar. Besides, they were just there to eat. There was no need to fabricate any identities. Therefore, the manager believed him completely. Soon, the 2 of them were led to the top-notch private room. Then, the manager quickly left. Lu Feng smiled faintly as he looked at the 3-dimensional menu. You can order whatever you like. The top-notch private rooms in the flower garden were completely different from the private rooms in the Federal University. There was still a big gap between the 2. The consumption here was naturally incomparably terrifying. However, both He Lufei and Huang Qing weren't reserved at all when they ordered. They knew that with Lu Feng's status, he didn't care about money at all. After all, if the young master of the Human King Lu family lacked money, then it would be a joke. After ordering a table full of dishes, the 4 of them calmly waited for a big meal. By the way, cousin, I heard from the Zhang family's god that you fought with the master of the 6th Dao and the young master of the Yuyo family a month ago. What's going on? Lu Feng knew that Lulu would definitely find out about this matter. After all, he had caused a huge commotion back then. Basically, there was no deity or genius young master in the world who didn't know about it. Therefore, Lu Feng didn't plan to hide it at all. After thinking for a bit, Lu Feng opened his mouth and said, "Actually, I returned 2 months ago." Hearing this, Lulu was slightly stunned. However, after a moment, she coldly snorted and a trace of anger appeared on her face. "Cousin, you really didn't keep your words. You said that you would come and see me as soon as you came back. In the end, you've been back for 2 months before coming here to see me." After hearing this, Lu Feng helplessly smiled. He knew that Lulu would react this way after hearing this. After all, he was the one who made the promise. However, Lu Feng didn't explain anything. Instead, he told her everything. On the side, He Lufei and Huang Qing listened attentively. After all, these things that Lu Feng said were things that they might never see or hear in their lifetime. After all, this circle isn't something that they are qualified to inquire about. Finally, after telling her everything about the Yuyo family, Lulu's eyes slightly reddened. This Yuyo family is also known as the number 2 family in the Federation. They actually treated Sister Qingran like this. They are too much. Although Lulu's fate is also very miserable, compared to Yuyo Qingran, she's much luckier. After all, she has a virtual king realm grandfather to protect her. She also has one of the 13 great alchemy masters to help her. Compared to Yuyo Qingran, Lulu can be said to be much better. However, after hearing Lulu's words, Huang Qing and He Lufei slightly looked at each other and saw the helpless look in each other's eyes. Perhaps in Lulu's view, the Yuyo family is indeed too much. However, the universe is like this. Without formidable strength, one is destined to be miserable for a lifetime. Obviously, Yuyo Qingran's existence is an opportunity for the Yuyo family to rise. If they were the old ancestors of the Yuyo family, they would definitely do the same thing. Of course, they are only them. In their view, the Yuyo family is indeed a bit too much. However, the two of them can't say anything. Perhaps Lulu can easily criticize the Yuyo family. After all, she has such a monstrous cousin. The Yuyo family is nothing in her eyes. However, they are different. In their eyes, even a second-rate family is an incomparably terrifying power. If it's the number 2 family in the Federation, the Yuyo family is an existence that surpasses the heavens. How could they dare to criticize? After that, I arrive at the Yuyo family's emperor planet. Under the company of the 4 old ancestors, the Yuyo family couldn't do anything. Originally, I thought that the opponent would be the Western Emperor Yuyo Qingran. However, unexpectedly, the Yuyo family was actually hiding a monstrous genius, a true unparalleled monstrous genius. That's the era monstrous genius, Yuyo Ronghua. Huang Qing and He Lufei don't know what the era monstrous genius is because their level is limited. In their eyes, the 6th step monstrous genius is the king of slaughter. He is already a top genius. However, they now understand that the era monstrous genius is a level higher than the king of slaughter. He is an invincible monstrous genius that might not appear in an era. Lu Feng, on the other hand, was facing a monstrous genius who was 1 level higher than him. Yet he was still able to cause his opponent to collapse before he even unleashed his full strength. Such combat strength can no longer be described as unparalleled. At this moment, Lulu's eyes lit up slightly. I knew that cousin is the most powerful. What Yuyo Ronghua? What era monstrous genius? None of them are cousin's opponent. Back then, I heard that in the battlefield of the Outer Realm, cousin could still defeat the perfect stage Devil King. Now it's just feather spirit glory. It's really nothing. Lulu's pride is based on a benchmark. Back then, the Devil King was recognized as the Taboo King. He was one of the 3 supreme kings during the War of the Kings. However, the Devil King was still defeated by Lu Feng. Lu Feng's power is unparalleled for a period of time. But cousin, you actually defeated the will of the master of the 6 paths of the primordial immortal demon era. With this kind of power, he is indeed worthy of being my cousin. Lulu knew about the master of the 6 paths. Of course, this is what her grandfather told her when he had nothing to do. However, other than Lulu, the other 2 didn't know. I know that you were studying at the Federal University, so I didn't let anyone in the family inform you. I originally wanted to give you a surprise. After finally saying everything, Lu Feng let out a long sigh of relief. Hearing this, Lulu's expression was no longer the same as it was at the beginning. She looked at Lu Feng and smiled gently. Since it's because of sister-in-law Qingran, I will forgive you. She said this with a trace of magnanimity on her face. When he saw this, Lu Feng smiled dotingly and lightly scratched Lulu's nose. Lulu nodded slightly and swatted away Lu Feng's arm. But only this time. There won't be a next time. Next time, if cousin comes back, you must come see me immediately. Looking at Lulu's serious appearance, Lu Feng lightly smiled and nodded his head. The few of them were chatting and laughing. At this time, someone knocked on the door. When he looked at the time, Lu Feng knew that the food should have been served. He pressed a button and the door opened. However, when he saw someone walk in, Lu Feng was slightly stunned. It was the manager and a young man. However, the young man couldn't possibly be a waiter. Lu Feng didn't believe that the Garden of Flowers would be so terrifying as to use a peerless genius in the perfect stage as their waiter. The young man looked at Lulu, then at Lu Feng and the others. After a while, he fell silent. After a while, he finally looked at Lu Feng and asked, "You are the one who pretended to be the young master of the Lu family? I don't understand. It's just a meal. What's the point of pretending to be the young master of the Lu family?" Chapter 568. Impersonation. Lu Feng was also slightly confused. The manager walked over to the young man's side and looked at Lu Feng. "This is Beigong Tianxi, the young master of the Beigong family. He is acquainted with the young master of the Lu family." When he heard that the young master of the Lu family was here, he came to take a look. However, he did not expect that he would expose a liar. "Speak. Who are you? Why are you impersonating the young master of the Lu family? You must know that impersonating a god's descendant to cheat is a serious crime in the Federation." Speaking up to this point, the manager's eyes were filled with slight anger. He knew that the flower garden would definitely be inspected after the incident. If the higher-ups found out that he had brought in a liar, then he would be punished severely. The most likely outcome would be that his future would be ruined, and he would lose his position as manager. He might not even have the chance to take on a higher position in the future. It could be said that the flower garden manager was filled with resentment towards this person who had almost caused him to lose his job. Beigong Tianxi glared at Lu Feng, his expression turning even colder. "When I came here previously, I also wanted to eat here. However, I heard from the manager that the young master of the Lu family was actually here, so I couldn't help but come over to meet him. After all, the Beigong family and the Lu family have a good relationship. I didn't expect that there would be someone in the Federation who would dare to impersonate the Lu family's bloodline. Moreover, the person impersonating the Lu family's young master, although he wasn't very familiar with the young master of the Lu family, Beigong Tianxi knew the young master of the Lu family. He was certain that the person in front of him wasn't the young master of the Lu family." When he heard this, Lu Feng smiled. He didn't get angry. He just shook his head gently. "Lulu, it seems like it's really difficult to get a meal today." Lulu's mouth twitched slightly when she heard this. They had just dealt with the Zhang family's descendant, and now the young master of the Beigong family had arrived. How could they eat in peace? Looking at Beigong Tianxi, Lu Feng's smile did not fade. He wasn't very angry, because this was at most a case of mistaken identity. It was completely different from Zhang Ting's provocation. Lu Feng said, "I am the young master of the Lu family, but I never said that I was the young master of the Lu family. Everything is just a misunderstanding." Hearing this, the manager's expression changed slightly. "But you said that you were qualified to enter this place, and you said that you were the young master of the Lu family. Then is there anything wrong? Could it be that you're the young master of the human king Lu family?" At this point, a mocking expression appeared on the manager's face. Lu Feng gently shook his head. He looked at Beigong Tianxi and continued, "My name is Lu Feng. I am indeed the young master of the Lu family." The manager still had that mocking smile on his face, but before he could say anything, Beigong Tianxi suddenly opened his mouth. "Lu Feng, you are the Emperor Lu Feng." There was an unconcealable look of shock on his face. How could he not have heard of Lu Feng's name? He knew more details than anyone else, and it was precisely because of this that he was shocked and frightened. As far as he knew, Lu Feng was the #1 monstrous genius in the world. He was the #1 monstrous genius in the War of Kings. Furthermore, Lu Feng was an unparalleled killing god. During the battle in the Medicine God territory, Lu Feng had directly wiped out hundreds of foreign race monstrous geniuses, shocking the world. This battle had given Lu Feng the title of the unparalleled killing god. Therefore, even the geniuses and monstrous geniuses of the human race felt reverence from the bottom of their hearts when they saw Lu Feng. He also knew that during the battle a month ago, Lu Feng had directly wiped out the Yuyo family's monstrous genius in front of the many Yuyo family patriarchs outside the Emperor planet. If it wasn't for the arrival of an alien supreme at the last moment, Yuyo Rong, the third monarch of the human race, would have been completely annihilated. Everything that Lu Feng had experienced and done proved one thing. Lu Feng was simply unscrupulous. His murderous intent terrified the entire world. Once someone provoked him, no matter what their status was, they would have to bear the wrath of the emperor. Therefore, when Yuyou Tianxi realized that the person in front of him was Lu Feng, he was truly terrified. Seeing the expression on Yuyou Tianxi's face, the manager wasn't the only one who was shocked and confused. Even the two people beside Lu Feng felt the same way. At this moment, they had truly witnessed how terrifying Lu Feng was. Just his name alone was enough to make the young lords of the peak first-rate aristocratic families tremble in fear. It was incomparably terrifying. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Just the name Lu Feng was enough to explain everything. The manager of the garden looked at everything in front of him and vaguely guessed what was going on. He knew that the young man in front of him, who claimed to be the young master of the Lu family, had a terrifying true identity. Otherwise, Beigong Tianxi, the young master of the Beigong family in the Federation's peak first-rate family, would never have shown such an expression. The garden manager's mind was churning nonstop. Soon, he gradually understood everything. To be able to make the young master of the Beigong family so respectful and shocked, the power behind this young man definitely surpassed the Beigong family. However, the Beigong family was already a peak first-rate family in the Federation. Only the Divine King family could surpass them. The Divine King family of the 8 great families in the Federation. This young man had previously said that he was the young master of the Lu family. With his identity, he definitely wouldn't talk nonsense. Among the 8 great families, there was a family with the surname Lu. That family was the #1 family in the Federation. It was also the legendary #1 family in the universe, the human monarch Lu family. He recalled what Lu Feng had said before. He was the young master of the Lu family, but he never said that he was the young master of the first-rate Lu family. At this moment, the manager of the garden finally reacted. You are the young master of the human monarch Lu family. The young master of the human monarch Lu family. The young man in front of him was actually the young master of the human monarch Lu family. This identity, compared to the so-called demigod realm experts and the young masters of second-rate families, was simply much more honorable. After all, the human monarch Lu family was universally acknowledged. Even if all the first-rate, second-rate, and third-rate families were combined, they were still the most terrifying family that no one could contend against. Lu Feng smiled lightly. He had already vented his anger once today. Moreover, these two people didn't go overboard. They were just fulfilling their duties. Perhaps the dignity of an emperor didn't allow for any doubts, but Lu Feng had also said that he was only a mighty and unparalleled emperor when he was in battle. Normally, he was just Lu Feng. I said before that I am the young master of the Lu family. It's just that you misunderstood. Now is it okay? Is it okay now? Hearing Lu Feng's calm tone and seeing his slightly smiling face, the manager of the garden trembled all over. He hurriedly replied, Okay, everything is okay. The dishes will be served soon. Please wait a moment, please wait a moment. As he spoke, he had already run out like a madman. Beigong Tianxi stood quietly on the spot. After the shock, he had already regained his composure. The Beigong family was the top first-rate family in the current Federation. In the past, there had been an almighty virtual king among their ancestors. They had even produced a quasi-life and death king. Although they couldn't compare to the Divine King family, which had produced the Divine King, their family was still considered a powerful force. A young master nurtured by such a powerful family couldn't possibly be a good-for-nothing. Therefore, after a short moment of shock, he regained his composure as a young master of an aristocratic family. He looked at Lu Feng with an unusually complicated expression. Young Master Lu, I have offended you this time. As he spoke, he had already bowed slightly. This matter could be big or small. On the big side, this was an affront to Lu Feng's dignity and questioning the existence of the human monarch Lu family. Even if Lu Feng killed him, no one would say anything. The Beigong family wouldn't help him take revenge. After all, Lu Feng had dared to kill Yuyo Ronghua on the Emperor planet, the ancestral land of the Yuyo family. That was the monstrous genius of the epoch who was publicly acknowledged to be able to revitalize the Yuyo family. He was only the young master of the Beigong family. If one were to look at it in a small way, it was just a misunderstanding, nothing more. Therefore, Beigong Tianxi was really nervous at this moment. Seeing Beigong Tianxi like this, Lu Feng only smiled and shook his head. Even he himself didn't realize that his name, Lu Feng, was actually so terrifying. In the past, not to mention a young master of a first-rate family, even a branch disciple of a third-rate family was high and mighty in Lu Feng's eyes. But now, the young master of a first-rate family was endlessly frightened just by hearing his name. He didn't dare to resist at all. All this made Lu Feng even more aware of the importance of strength. All right, young Master Beigong. This is just a misunderstanding. Nothing much. After hearing Lu Feng's words, Beigong Tianxi finally heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Feng looked at Beigong Tianxi and continued, "Since young Master Beigong is also here, let's sit together. Anyway, we ordered a lot of dishes. Let's eat together." These words made Beigong Tianxi's heart, which had just calmed down, churn again. Even though he was the young master of the Beigong family, he was just a young master. His aptitude was only at the level of a top genius. Such aptitude was already considered good in an ordinary first-rate family. However, in an ambitious top first-rate family like the Beigong family, it was only considered mediocre. In the Beigong family, he didn't receive much attention. But now, if he could form a relationship with Lu Feng, everything would be different. Who was Lu Feng? He was the person who started the Battle of the Kings and was publicly acknowledged as the first Battle of the Kings since ancient times. Countless existences had once said that although Lu Feng wasn't the only taboo king, with the support of the era and his shocking aptitude, which even surpassed that of a human king, Lu Feng was the most likely person to enter the Emperor's domain. In other words, Lu Feng was the most likely person to become an overlord of an epoch, or even surpass that. If he could form a good relationship with Lu Feng, then everything would be perfect. After the Beigong family found out about this, they would definitely value him greatly. Chapter 569. Although he knew that he should leave, Beigong Tianxi could not give up on this rare opportunity. Finally, he smiled and nodded at Lu Feng. "In that case, thank you for your invitation, young Master Lu. Tianxi will gladly oblige." As he spoke, he had already reached the seat right in front of Lu Feng. Apart from Lu, Huang Qing and He Lufei were far inferior to Beigong Tianxi in terms of status. However, because of their relationship with Lu Feng, it did not matter. At this moment, Beigong Tianxi did not insist on sitting anywhere. Therefore, he chose the most humble seat and sat down. Huang Qing was slightly moved when he saw this. In the past, he had never imagined that there would be a day when he would be surrounded by two great young masters. One had to know that these two young masters were not ordinary young masters. Their existences were extremely honorable among the younger generation of the world. After everyone sat down, Lu Feng smiled. "Young Master Beigong, you don't have to be so polite. It is fate that we met. There is no conflict between us." Lu Feng spoke up when he saw young Master Beigong's slightly uneasy expression. Beigong Tianxi lightly nodded and gradually relaxed. Originally, Beigong Tianxi was still a little nervous. After all, facing a peerless killing god like Lu Feng, a peerless killing god with a noble background, anyone would be nervous. However, as they chatted, he gradually realized that Lu Feng was not such a person. Lu Feng had a transcendental aura. It was a combination of a martialist dominance and a psychic's elegance. Although these two auras were polar opposites, they were completely fused together in Lu Feng's body. As a result, Lu Feng had an unusual aura that attracted anyone. During his conversation with Lu Feng, Beigong Tianxi did not feel that kind of strong aura at all. At the very least, he did not feel the kind of aura that could easily suppress people like in the rumors. Without a doubt, Lu Feng made Beigong Tianxi feel even more relaxed. He gradually understood that perhaps everything in the rumors was not so detailed. Young Lord Lu, the battle where you suppressed the Devil King in the foreign battlefield was hailed as the greatest battle between geniuses in the endless space-time. I have also seen the video of that battle. It was indeed terrifying and shocking. Intentionally or otherwise, Beigong Tianxi would always lead the conversation to Lu Feng's battle in the Outer Realm. This was because he knew that the battlefield in the Outer Realm was the starting point of Lu Feng's glory, and also the place where his most glorious accomplishments were. Moreover, Beigong Tianxi also looked forward to the Outland battlefield. Hearing this, Lu Feng still had that calm smile on his face, as if he didn't care at all. At that time, the Devil King wasn't even at the peak of the Devil King. He was just a clone of the Devil King. Although he was as terrifying as the 6 supreme powers, he had yet to reach the level of a Taboo King. Without the Taboo King's supreme divine ability, he was definitely no match for me. If the Devil King at his peak descended, I'm afraid I wouldn't be a match for him. The existence of a supreme divine ability could no longer be described as heaven-defying. This was the most extreme type of divine ability. In the endless space-time, once it was fully mastered, it would be truly invincible. The reason the Taboo King was called a taboo was because this supreme divine ability was considered taboo. Lu Feng didn't let this series of shocking victories go to his head. Instead, he was still aware of the impending crisis. Whether it's the Immortal King or the Devil King, they're both truly unparalleled Taboo Kings. Although I, Lu Feng, believe that I won't lose to them in the future, it's absolutely impossible for me to challenge them at their peak now. Beigong Tianxi fell silent for a moment before nodding his head gently. Actually, they don't belong to this era. They have experienced the accumulation of countless eras. What they have obtained is the blessing of countless eras. You, on the other hand, have just been born in this era. Your current achievements have already far surpassed them. The existence of the human race believes, and firmly believes, that in the future, you will definitely be able to rule the world and bring the human race to a new status. When that time comes, the human race will definitely reign supreme. Beigong Tianxi didn't say this to curry favor with Lu Feng. This was his sincere wish and also his hope. Although there were still 2 Taboo Kings in the current era, both the Immortal King and the Devil King were rumored to be existences from ancient eras. They had used a shocking method to continuously sleep and awaken in various eras in order to obtain supreme blessings and ultimately complete a shocking transformation. Although they were Lu Feng's opponents, they didn't belong to any race. Therefore, after the birth of Lu Feng, the human race was destined to be invincible in this era. No matter what, my current strength is still too weak. Furthermore, many unpredictable things will happen in the future. We, the younger generation, will still be the younger generation. Even if we have heaven-defying aptitude, we won't be able to accomplish anything without strength. Therefore, we need strength, true strength. Only then can we truly revive the human race and reign supreme in this era. When he heard this, a strange look flashed across Beigong Tianxi's eyes. He nodded his head lightly. At that moment, someone knocked on the door again. Lu Feng understood that this time, the dishes should be served. He opened the door and saw that it was indeed the case. However, the person who served the dishes wasn't the waiter, but the manager of the garden. When he saw what the manager did, Lu Feng didn't say anything else or stop him. He knew that this was just the manager's performance. Soon, more than 20 types of exquisite dishes of various types were placed on the table. However, the manager continued to serve the dishes. Lu Feng was slightly taken aback and called out to the manager. "I don't think we ordered that many dishes." Lu Feng had casually ordered 2 dishes. Lulu and the others had ordered less than 10 dishes. However, more than 20 dishes had been served. The manager smiled humbly and bowed slightly to Lu Feng. "Young Master Lu, These are our hotel sincerity. We naturally can't disappoint a distinguished person like you who has come to our hotel. Of course, I didn't make this decision on my own. This is our hotel's rule. Only the patriarchs of second-rate clans and demigods were allowed to enter this top-class private room. However, for the gods, the young masters of first-rate families, and other distinguished people, our hotel has to provide other services. Lu Feng looked at Beigong Tianxi, who nodded slightly. What the manager said is indeed correct. This is the garden's marketing method. With our status, we don't need to pay any price, even if we spend forever in this garden. Lu Feng suddenly understood. If it was an existence above the gods, it would be completely free here. Although it seemed like the garden was at a disadvantage, when he thought about it carefully, Lu Feng had to admire them. The garden was just a hotel group. It didn't have any strong people guarding it. In the universe, if one wanted to be big and strong, money wasn't enough. At a certain level, if there were no strong people guarding it, then no matter how rich one was, it would be useless. The garden's expenses were indeed shocking, but those were all set by the hotel itself. To them, the real cost wasn't that terrible. Just a few meals in exchange for a favorable impression from a noble existence. This was undoubtedly a very worthwhile deal. Since that was the case, Lu Feng did not continue to be pretentious. Then serve it, but don't eat too much. We can't finish it. The manager of the garden nodded slightly in acknowledgement. After delivering another 10 dishes, he closed the door and left the place. Looking at the more than 30 dishes in front of him, Lu Feng smiled and said, "Since they're all here, let's eat. There are some dishes that are best eaten hot." Hearing this, Lulu naturally didn't hold back and started eating. "By the way, young Master Beigong, may I know what you came to Paradise City for?" There wasn't anything famous in Paradise City. The only place they were proud of was the Federal University's General Hospital. However, with Beigong Tianxi's status, it was impossible for him to study here. Therefore, Lu Feng was really confused. Hearing this, Beigong Tianxi didn't hide anything. He directly told her everything. It turned out that Beigong Tianxi really came to the Federal University this time to become a student of the Federal University. However, this student wasn't here to study, but to prepare for the inter-school competition in a month's time. In the last few years, the Federal University's talents had withered. There wasn't a single monster that came out. Even the peerless genius of the Federation, the pinnacle genius, was only one. Moreover, his realm was only at the mid-level perfect stage. With this kind of strength, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything in the inter-school competition. Coincidentally, one of the Federal University's teachers was from the Beigong family. He was also a direct descendant of the Beigong family. In order to ensure the victory of this inter-school competition, he begged his family to send Beigong Tianxi over, hoping that he could suppress everything. Of course, Beigong Tianxi was only here in name. After the competition, he would leave. However, at that time, he would still be a student. Actually, it was my uncle's idea to come here this time. The higher-ups of the Federal University didn't know about it. However, I think even if they knew, they wouldn't say anything. Because in the last few inter-school competitions, whether it was the Capital University or the Government University, before each competition, they would borrow people from the big families. Lu Feng nodded his head gently. He knew that for the sake of the school's reputation, this small detail was nothing. Looking at Lu Feng, Beigong Tianxi was silent for a moment. Then he continued, "This time, I was quite worried about whether I could help the Federal University win this competition. After all, I heard that the Capital University and the Government University also invited a lot of people from the big families. Among them, there were even direct descendants of the 8 big families." Hearing this, Lu Feng's eyes lit up. The 8 great aristocratic families referred to the 8 great divine king aristocratic families. As for their direct descendants, all of them possessed the true bloodline of god kings. Even though they might not be monstrous geniuses, once they activated their bloodline, those with slightly stronger innate talents would not be much weaker than monstrous geniuses. If that was really the case, then it was really worrying. I'm only at the beginner stage of perfect. If I meet those terrifying direct descendants of the 8 big families, and if they are at the same level as me, then I'm afraid I'll be helpless. At the same level, Beigong Tianxi really wouldn't be able to do anything against someone with the same talent of the Divine King's bloodline. After all, the Divine King's bloodline itself was a terrifying enhancement. But looking at Lu Feng, Beigong Tianxi smiled. I didn't expect young Master Lu to come to the Federal University. Looks like the Federal University's foundation is not something we can imagine. Being able to invite the direct descendants of the 8 big families was already a terrifying display of power. Being able to invite someone at the level of a young master was even more outstanding. However, although it was called the 8 big families, it was actually referring to the 6 divine king families. Because no matter what, the human king Lu family and Emperor Tai's bloodline, no university would be able to invite any direct descendants, let alone someone at the level of a young master. But now, the Federal University not only invited the bloodline of the Lu family, but also the young master of the Lu family, and even Emperor Lu Feng. The foundation required for this was abnormally terrifying. Chapter 570. Lu Feng looked at Beigong Tianxi strangely and asked, "How did you know that I'm a student of the Federal University?" Beigong Tianxi chuckled. "I'm just putting myself in your shoes. When I thought of you, I naturally thought of you. Of course, I wasn't completely sure. I only thought of you when I saw the people around you." Other than Lu Feng, the other people were all students. For someone as experienced as Beigong Tianxi, it wasn't difficult to guess. Lu Feng nodded and said, "That's more or less what I guessed. However, there's still some mistakes. I wasn't invited by the Federal University. I'm really a student here." Hearing this, Beigong Tianxi raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Lu Feng strangely. In the past, the Federal University had countless students. However, it wasn't very attractive to the scions of the aristocratic families because they all had their own families. Most of them grew up and learned in their families. After all, only the family's cultivation method was suitable for their bloodline. Moreover, although the Federal University was a comprehensive university, it was also known as the Holy Land of Psychics. The people who really made a name for themselves in the Federal University were all psychics. Therefore, the scions of the aristocratic families didn't join the Federal University. However, Lu Feng said that he was a student of the Federal University. This was very confusing. However, this confusion didn't last long. Soon, Beigong Tianxi figured it out. "I understand now. You are Emperor Lu Feng. However, you have another identity. Psychic Futu. You are also a peerless monster in the aspect of psychic masters. Back then, when you transformed into a Buddha, you killed a peerless terror that made billions of races tremble in fear. With your strength alone, you suppressed countless. You came to the Federal University to develop yourself as a psychic, right?" Lu Feng didn't have anything to hide. He nodded his head gently. "My teacher is Dao Songtian." Not many people knew that Lu Feng was Dao Songtian's disciple. Dao Songtian had originally planned to accept Lu Feng as his disciple when he became a student of the Federal University. Unfortunately, the trip to the Mu family had caused Lu Feng to enter the Outland battlefield for a year. He had only returned recently. This time, Dao Songtian had also said that he wanted to accept Lu Feng as his disciple. However, Lu Feng hadn't agreed. He was thinking about the inter-school competition in a month's time. Plus, Lu Feng's name was already terrifying enough. He didn't need the identity of Dao Songtian to increase his fame and protect himself. "His Majesty? Dao Songtian is?" Beigong Tianxi asked in a slightly surprised tone. Actually, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that Dao Songtian had become Lu Feng's teacher. After all, Lu Feng's status and talent were there for all to see. What surprised Beigong Tianxi was the significance of this. Becoming Dao Songtian's disciple meant that the Federal University had already sided with Lu Feng. This terrifying power, which had never revealed itself during the many turbulent times of the human race, had finally found its hope and was about to officially appear. Now that young Master Lu is here, I'm afraid that the other schools will really be in trouble. Although there are still hidden monsters among the younger generation of the big families, the strongest one should be Feather Ronghua. Even with his strength, he was completely suppressed by you. I'm afraid that the others won't have any hope. Beigong Tianzi was both happy and disappointed. He was happy because the Federal University's victory was guaranteed. He was disappointed because he was afraid that he would become a supporting character. All right, can you guys stop talking about such boring topics? Let's eat first. Otherwise, the food will really get cold. Hearing Lulu's voice, Lu Feng only shrugged slightly and didn't say anything. The others also focused their attention on the delicacies in front of them. After the meal, Lu Feng originally wanted to directly return to school. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to stop Lulu's various kinds of coquettish behavior. Helpless, Lu Feng and the others started to wander around the city. With Lu Feng's unlimited treasury, Lulu was merciless when it came to buying things. She basically bought whatever she liked. This really made Lu Feng and the other two men speechless. Fortunately, Lu Feng had the existence of his personal space. While no one was paying attention, he directly opened up his personal space and threw those things inside. Everything was solved. This was the first time Lu Feng was glad that he opened up his personal space in advance. Otherwise, if he relied on manpower, it would really be difficult. After dinner, the few of them finally started to leave. Beigong Tianzi lived in the city center. This time, he came here to report in advance. Therefore, he didn't leave together with Lu Feng and the others. When Lu Feng returned to the dormitory, it was already past 8 in the evening. Inside the campus, because of the existence of the ion light, it was bright all night. At this moment, many people were gathered in the arena to spar or below the arena to watch. Although the Federal University has a lot of entertainment facilities, the people who can enter here are all geniuses. As geniuses, they naturally want to become stronger. They won't waste useless time on leisure. This kind of spar not only allows them to relax, but also to increase their strength. Therefore, most students like to use this kind of method to pass the boring time. Cousin, in this time's inter-school competition, can you also bring me along? Only the participants can go to the inter-school competition. The location of this competition is in the capital school. Someone like Lulu would not be able to go there. Maybe Lulu could go with him by passing the assessment, but she also knew that, given her strength, she has no hope of passing the assessment. Therefore, she could only beg Lu Feng like this. When he saw Lulu's pleading expression, Lu Feng really didn't know what to do. In the end, he could only nod helplessly. This time, the competition is organized by the school. I will probably leave with the school, so when the time comes, you can go to the capital city with a few other students. When I arrive, I will inform you where we will be. When she heard this, Lulu nodded gently. There was no danger on the capital administrative planet. Therefore, Lu Feng didn't worry about Lulu leaving by herself. Besides, Lu Feng also knew from the Lu family's patriarch that Lulu had a guardian crystal on her. In this case, Lu Feng was even more relieved. When she heard that Lu Feng was willing to let her go, Lulu was excited. After sending Lulu back to the dormitory, Lu Feng didn't immediately return to his villa. Instead, he wandered outside. To be honest, he was also very interested in the strength of the younger generation of the Federal University. Now that he had time, Lu Feng planned to look around and understand. After finding a few arenas nearby, Lu Feng looked at the students who were constantly attacking and defending on them and nodded to himself. He was sure that these people were all geniuses. The worst one was a Starry Sky genius. One must know that generally, Starry Sky level geniuses would be considered influential figures in any school on any planet. And here, any random person was of such a level. This undoubtedly showed the strength of the Federal University. In addition to the main institute, there are branches on all the major planets. With the reputation that the Federal University has accumulated over countless years, basically all the commoner geniuses on the major planets will choose the Federal University. Once the base number increases, there will always be one or two amazing existences. In the long run, the Federal University will become more and more prosperous. Although in the current Federation, the government university, the Capital University, and the Federal University were known as the top 3 universities, some people who really came into contact with the upper class understood that these 3 universities couldn't be compared at all. Not to mention other things. Just the time realm of the Federal University alone was enough to make it unshakable as the #1 university. However, the more this kind of university is, the more they pay attention to their reputation. If they really fail this time, it will definitely cause a lot of damage to the Federal University's reputation. After all, the commoners don't know how terrifying the Federal University is. The Federal University was Lu Feng's alma mater. Naturally, Lu Feng didn't want to see his alma mater's reputation damaged. After a few rounds, Lu Feng went back. This time, he just wanted to roughly understand the situation of these students. In the dormitory, Lu Feng still didn't rest. He chose to continue condensing his martial path avatar. According to Lu Feng's estimation, his martial path avatar would be completed in about 30 days. At that time, Lu Feng's power could be improved again. The night passed quickly. The next day, Lu Feng didn't have any classes, but Lulu did. Therefore, Lu Feng didn't look for Lulu. Instead, he entered the office building to look for his teacher, Dao Songtian. Lu Feng, do you understand all of this? Dao Songtian looked at Lu Feng quietly. Although he was calm, it was difficult to hide the trace of admiration in his eyes. There was no doubt that any teacher would be willing to meet a good student, and obviously, Lu Feng was such a good student. Dao Songtian was very satisfied with Lu Feng's progress as a psychic. Lu Feng was able to understand everything as soon as he explained it to him, and he could even deduce other things from it. Earlier, Dao Songtian had told Lu Feng about some knowledge that only God Masters would know. Naturally, Lu Feng had encountered a difficult problem at this step. It wasn't until Dao Songtian had told him twice that he finally understood. Although Dao Songtian had only told him twice, he was still very satisfied. After all, Lu Feng had only become a psychic master not long ago. Furthermore, he was only a peak psychic master. There were still 4 levels above psychic masters, which were demigod psychic masters. If it had been anyone else, even a demigod psychic master, they wouldn't have been able to understand it in a short time, let alone comprehend it on a qualitative level. Lu Feng pondered for a long time. Dao Songtian didn't disturb him. He just let Lu Feng think quietly. Finally, a satisfied smile appeared on Lu Feng's face as he nodded his head gently. I understand, teacher. Chapter 571. Dao Songtian nodded gently and said with a kind smile, Lu Feng, your comprehension ability is indeed terrifying. Your talent actualization quotient is as high as 2.4, which is unprecedented. Even the celestial emperors can't compete with you. This is the most terrifying extreme in the history of Psyche Masters. Your performance today also confirms this statement. I have told you a lot of things today. You don't have to come here in the next few days. Think about it slowly and comprehend the essence of it. Although you have comprehended it now, this comprehension is only temporary. You can only be considered to have mastered it if you turn these things into your own knowledge. Lu Feng nodded gently. He knew that Dao Songtian was right. Okay, teacher. I will look for you again when I feel that I am ready. Dao Songtian nodded gently. During this period, my original body has been silent in the process of breaking through. Therefore, I will not be able to accompany you and answer your questions. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's eyes lit up slightly. He looked at Dao Songtian with a slightly strange and fearful expression. Teacher, you said that your original body is about to break through? Lu Feng knew that the breakthrough that Dao Songtian was talking about was definitely not a small one. If it was just a small one, then his clone would not be affected at all. However, Dao Songtian had said something like this at this moment. This proved that his breakthrough required his full attention. Even his clone would be affected and unable to control it normally. Dao Songtian looked at Lu Feng and laughed. It was a very satisfied and hearty laugh. Yes, I'm about to break through again this time. Even I didn't expect that I would break through to the Void Emperor realm again after just over a year. This time, I will enter the realm of a second-level Void Emperor. Lu Feng's heart trembled slightly. Dao Songtian was his teacher. The stronger his teacher was, the more benefits he would receive. Therefore, Lu Feng was only endlessly happy about Dao Songtian's breakthrough. Congratulations, teacher. Lu Feng bowed respectfully. He was full of admiration for Dao Songtian. This teacher of his had helped him a lot. However, he had not seen most of it. However, not seeing it did not mean that he did not know. Many times, if it had not been for Dao Songtian, he would have died long ago. Therefore, in his heart, Dao Songtian was his true teacher. Hearing Lu Feng's congratulations, Dao Songtian did not continue to smile. He only looked at Lu Feng with a slightly complicated gaze. After a long time, he finally sighed slowly. Then, Dao Songtian's eyes were filled with a kind of resolute emotion. This was a resolute will that could not be concealed or erased. He looked at Lu Feng, and after a long time, he finally opened his mouth to speak slowly. He spoke with the most resolute will. Lu Feng, I remember all the help you have given me. In the future, before you achieve great success, I will be your guardian. No one will be able to hurt you. Lu Feng might not understand what Dao Songtian meant, but Dao Songtian's words were sincere. This was because he knew that Lu Feng was absolutely inseparable from him today. Back then, Lu Feng had transformed into the Supreme Emperor of the universe and shattered his independent world. Then, he had helped him to completely condense it, causing his world to undergo earth-shattering changes. One had to know that the virtual king, the virtual emperor's existence, wanted to improve quickly. The fastest way was to transform the internal world. Lu Feng's creation could be said to have completely changed Dao Songtian's aptitude. Teacher, Lu Feng spoke with a trace of doubt. Dao Songtian only smiled gently. Lu Feng, there are some things that you don't need to know now. There will be a day when I will tell you everything, but now is not the time. Hearing this, Lu Feng nodded. He knew that Dao Songtian would not harm him. There had to be a reason for him to say this. In that case, teacher, I will take my leave first. After I have completely comprehended it, I will find time to ask you again. Dao Songtian nodded gently and watched Lu Feng leave the room. After returning to the dormitory, Lu Feng still went back to the dormitory to continue condensing his martial path incarnation. The current imp was not far from completely condensing it. A level 7 martial path incarnation was already a new peak for Lu Feng Lai. I wonder if I, who has condensed a level 7 martial path incarnation, will be able to defeat the human monarch ancestor. This was the first time Lu Feng had such a thought. The existence of the human monarch was too terrifying. It made the legends of the world tremble. Of course, the human monarch ancestor did indeed have such shocking strength. However, in Lu Feng's heart, he had never placed the human monarch in a supreme position. Although he worshipped the human monarch, Lu Feng's heart had always been obsessed with surpassing the human monarch, surpassing his own primogeniture. Therefore, he was always comparing himself with the human monarch. Now that he had become the taboo monarch and possessed the strength to look down on billions of young geniuses, Lu Feng started to compare himself with the human monarch for the first time. Ordinary 10th stage Imperial Dao incarnations are only at the 6th stage of the perfect stage, but I've become at the 7th stage. According to the records, the ancestor human monarch was not a taboo monarch. It was just that he defied the heavens step by step and finally raised the title of the human monarch to taboo monarch. His existence, at least in the current realm, is not a taboo monarch. Therefore, his martial path incarnation should be level 6. As for me, I have already surpassed him. In terms of cultivation techniques, my soul sovereign is still extremely terrifying. Although it might not be comparable to the human monarch, once I use the ultimate immortal technique, 1 billion mortal dust, 1 billion immortals, I will definitely surpass any killing power. Therefore, I have also surpassed the ancestor human monarch. In terms of physical body, my bloodline is the closest to the ancestor human monarch. Although it is only close and not comparable to the human monarch, it is not too far off. Moreover, I have the great demon true body. Just the great demon true body alone has strengthened my physical body beyond my bloodline. Therefore, my physical body should also surpass the human monarch. In terms of combat power, although the demon monarch only sent his incarnation, that incarnation represents 6 supreme powers, excluding the taboo monarch. At this moment, his limit is 6 supreme powers. In a situation where my strength is 1 realm lower, I can rely on my 2 souls to perfectly suppress and even crush the demon monarch's incarnation. Therefore, I should not be any weaker than the human monarch. In terms of martial path comprehension, I have already reached the limit of this realm. Therefore, I should not be any weaker than the human monarch. As for my willpower, Lu Feng's lips curled into a smile. What he was most confident in was not his own strength, but his willpower. 9 lifetimes of illusions, hundreds of millions of life and death situations, endless suffering, and always challenging those of a higher realm, crazily bloodthirsty. His willpower was absolutely unparalleled in this world. Looking across the endless space-time, Lu Feng was confident that he was not afraid of being compared to anyone of the same realm. In addition to my 2 souls, I think I should have reached the limit of the perfect realm. Compared to the human monarch of the same realm, I should not be any weaker. I might even surpass him. At this moment, Lu Feng's eyes shone with dazzling brilliance. After a comprehensive analysis, Lu Feng felt that the current him was not any weaker than the human monarch. Back then, the Master of 6 Dao was the supreme overlord of the primordial immortal devil era. He was a terrifying supreme expert at the peak of the epic overlord. Although only his willpower had awakened. He had awakened in this body with the willpower of a peak epic overlord. With such strength, he was truly a young overlord. At that moment, the Master of 6 Dao should be much more terrifying than the Master of 6 Dao's power when he was in the demigod realm. After all, although he was bound to the demigod realm, his willpower was the willpower of an epic overlord. As for the human monarch, he had only reached the peak of the perfect realm from a mortal. His realm and strength should be similar to the Master of 6 Dao, who had the memories of an epic overlord. If Lu Feng could suppress the Master of 6 Dao, then he should be able to do the same against the human monarch. At this moment, Lu Feng's heart was filled with excitement. Although all of this was just an analysis, although it might not be the case in reality, in this analysis, he had surpassed the primordial human monarch for the first time. In my Lu family's path of inheritance, there is the imprint of the human monarch. However, that imprint was left behind by the human monarch after he achieved great success. It was the imprint left behind by the supreme ruler's power of power. Although it is also bound to the same realm, I think that the peerless power should mean that he has surpassed the limits of that realm. When I have time, I will definitely return to the family and try to collide with the imprint of the human monarch. I want to see if I can really surpass the primordial human monarch now. At this thought, Lu Feng took a deep breath and started to concentrate on condensing. Just like that, a month passed very quickly. During this month, Lu Feng had used up a shocking number of godly items and finally condensed his martial path incarnation to the grade 7 level. Most people were born with a grade 1 martial path incarnation, but Lu Feng's was a grade 3 martial path incarnation. Now, he had even achieved a grade 7 martial path incarnation. This was terrifying and shocking. However, the moment the martial path incarnation was condensed, Lu Feng felt an indescribable calling. This calling came from the bottom of his heart. It was a feeling that could not be ignored. Soon, he completely understood that this was the calling of the Empyrean Futu in his consciousness space. The martial path incarnation that Lu Feng had condensed was the Empyrean Futu. He did not know why, but when he condensed his martial path incarnation to the grade 7 level, He inexplicably felt that his martial path incarnation seemed to have formed an indescribable connection with the real Empyrean Futu in his consciousness space. This connection was extremely subtle and difficult to describe, but it really existed. This feeling seems to be a kind of urging. Lu Feng was silent for a moment. However, a moment later, a dazzling radiance appeared in his eyes. Understand now. Lu Feng finally understood. Chapter 572. My martial path incarnation is at level 7. In other words, I can only condense it to level 7 at most. However, I feel that sky-piercing Futu is definitely not at level 7. Moreover, I don't believe that my aptitude is limited to this. Lu Feng understood that he was the Taboo King. The Taboo King was a monstrous existence that surpassed the Divine King's realm. According to the original records, as long as he did not fall, he would eventually become the Overlord of the era. The Overlord of the era and the three Divine Kings' taboo mythological domain had reached the pinnacle. In that case, his martial path incarnation would definitely reach the pinnacle as well. Therefore, his aptitude was already determined. As long as he condensed his martial path incarnation, it would definitely be at level 10. The level of my martial path incarnation should be closely related to sky-piercing Futu. Previously, I only activated 2 levels, so my limit is level 7. If I can activate the 3rd level, I might be able to break the shackles of my martial path incarnation's level. Thinking of this, Lu Feng's heart was burning with passion. Although the martial path incarnation's advancement by 1 or 2 levels was not very helpful to him in the current battle, Lu Feng definitely could not ignore it. After all, the pinnacle of the martial path incarnation was at the level of the 3 Divine Kings' taboo mythological domain. Forget it, I have to give it a try. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. The call in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. Even now, Lu Feng could clearly feel it when he was thinking. Naturally, Lu Feng could not ignore such a situation. Moreover, as long as he thought of this possibility, Lu Feng could no longer be at ease. Therefore, after condensing the level 7 sky-piercing Futu, Lu Feng directly contacted Lulu and Director Zhang through the Heavenly Network. Lu Feng told them that his cultivation had fallen into a barrier and that he needed time to break through. He hoped that they would not disturb him. Then, Lu Feng informed his teacher, Dao Santian, and gave the same reason. Dao Santian naturally understood how terrifying Lu Feng's shielding was. Therefore, he directly ordered a few older teachers from the Federal University to quietly guard outside Lu Feng's villa and protect him. Since everyone had been notified, Lu Feng could naturally cultivate in peace. However, before he started cultivating, Lu Feng still had some unfinished business. That was Mu Shuyan. According to the elders of the Su family, Mu Shuyan should be returning in a few days. Although it might take some time for her to arrive at the Federal University, it shouldn't take more than a few days. If the call from the bottom of his heart had not become stronger, Lu Feng would have waited until he met Mu Shuyan before he started cultivating. However, the current situation didn't allow him to wait. That strong call was too obvious, so he simply couldn't wait in peace. Therefore, after leaving a few words for Mu Shuyan through the Heavenly Network, Lu Feng finally entered his own consciousness space. Looking at the majestic sky-piercing Futu, Lu Feng's heart was filled with endless strangeness. Its appearance was too mysterious, so no one knew where to start looking for it. Even after experiencing so many things and inquiring from countless people, Lu Feng still didn't know anything about it. In Lu Feng's heart, the sky-piercing Futu was his biggest secret. Apart from his parents, he hadn't told anyone, not even Dao Santian, Yuyo, Qingran, or Mu Shuyan. As far as Lu Fenglai was concerned, the sky-piercing Futu had an irreplaceable position in his heart. It was the sky-piercing Futu's existence that had allowed Lu Feng to transform into an existence that could cultivate, become a genius, become an evildoer, and now even become the taboo monarch. All his transformations had started with the sky-piercing Futu. Looking up, Lu Feng could vaguely see the second floor. After opening the second floor, Lu Feng could already see the second floor of the sky-piercing Futu from his consciousness space. The other parts were still hidden in an unknown fog. This was the first time Lu Feng had looked so carefully at the second floor of the sky-piercing Futu. A moment later, he frowned slightly. It still feels a little different. Lu Feng had already seen the second floor of the sky-piercing Futu. He had even seen the top few floors. After all, there was a complete sky-piercing Futu on Gufang's star. However, looking at it now, Lu Feng still found some differences. Although the overall feeling was similar, if he looked carefully, he would find that the real sky-piercing Futu in his consciousness space was very different from the sky-piercing Futu on Gufang's star. However, after thinking about it for a while, Lu Feng felt relieved. The sky-piercing Futu in my consciousness space is the real sky-piercing Futu. The one on Gufang's star is just an imitation. Besides, there are some differences between the two, starting from the first floor. The second floor should be different as well. It should be normal. Without continuing to dwell on it, Lu Feng finally took a step forward and walked towards the sky-piercing Futu. The strange phenomenon on the first floor had already disappeared. Here, Lu Feng had obtained the Origin Sutra and the Great Demon True Body, two supreme techniques that had changed his destiny. It was also here that he had completed the condensation and creation of the primordial body and the god's origin. It could be said that the sky-piercing Futu had changed his destiny, and this was the place where it had changed. After taking a deep breath, Lu Feng rushed towards the second floor. He knew that now was not the time to waste. Although Dao Songtian had not said anything else, and had even told him to cultivate diligently, Lu Feng still remembered his promise. He had promised to help the Federal University obtain victory this time. Therefore, Lu Feng had to open the third floor as soon as possible. He had to return before the start of the inter-school tournament and help the Federal University obtain victory. If Beigong Tianxi is the only one participating in this inter-school tournament, he might really be in danger. As someone with the Divine King's bloodline, Lu Feng naturally knew how terrifying the Divine King's bloodline was. If the other universities had really invited a direct descendant of the Divine King's bloodline to descend, and if that descendant's cultivation base was the same as Beigong Tianxi's, then the young master of the Beigong family wouldn't be a match for him. After all, Beigong Tianxi was just a genius, not a monster. As he thought of this, Lu Feng quickened his pace. Previously, he had vaguely sensed that the opening of the third floor wouldn't be that simple. Although there was no basis for it, Lu Feng still felt it. Therefore, for the sake of the inter-school tournament in a month's time, Lu Feng had to speed up. In the blink of an eye, he had already traversed countless distances. In this time and space that belonged to him, Lu Feng was the one who made the rules. As long as he wished, all the mysteries of the laws could be completely changed. Therefore, after a few ups and downs, Lu Feng had already arrived at his destination. He had arrived at the center of the first floor where the stairs were. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Feng had already ascended to the second floor with a single step. Lu Feng smiled faintly as he looked at the vast amount of law crystals on the second floor. He didn't linger or think too much as he flew towards the center once again. A month ago, Lu Feng had already devoured countless law crystals here in order to push his path of martial arts to the limit of his current stage. In addition to the previous devouring, Lu Feng was already very familiar with this place. The last time he had come here, Lu Feng had seen the stairs that stood quietly in the center of this endless sea of laws. However, at that time, he hadn't entered because of Yu Qingran. And this time around, Lu Feng had finally arrived at this place and was about to open up the final level. Standing on one side of the stairs, Lu Feng took a deep breath. There was an unusual determination in his eyes. In the end, he still took a step forward. Unlike what Lu Feng had imagined, the stairs to the third floor weren't what he had imagined. In this place, there wasn't any strange phenomenon. There wasn't any earth-shattering reward. There was only emptiness, a vast and boundless space. There was also the towering stone pillar that stood quietly in the distance. Lu Feng knew that the secret of the third level, everything should be related to that stone pillar. Therefore, Lu Feng didn't hesitate. He flew directly towards the stone pillar. The existence of the sky-piercing Fudu had completely transformed him and changed his life. Therefore, Lu Feng believed that the sky-piercing Fudu wouldn't harm him. This was a vague feeling, but Lu Feng firmly believed in it. After a few moments, Lu Feng finally stood beside the stone pillar. Could this be another sacred relic of the universe? Big, it's really big. Big, it was really, really big. Just the existence of the stone pillar seemed to be the backbone of heaven and earth. It seemed to be supporting the entire space and time, the entire era. Lu Feng didn't use the power of laws here. At this moment, he started to circle around the stone pillar with his own feet. He went at full speed. Although he didn't use his spatial divine ability, his speed was still terrifying. Although his second spirit was in Shun Yuan Sea of Consciousness and couldn't come here, Lu Feng's main body could still use those supreme, immortal techniques. In an instant, the extreme speed of his body and the cloud missteps made Lu Feng's speed shocking. He could travel about 100,000 miles in a minute. Even so, Lu Feng still hadn't finished circling the upgrade stone pillar after flying for nearly 2 hours. Lu Feng also felt that his journey wasn't even 1/10,000th of the sacred relic stone pillar. What exactly is this thing? It's too scary, too scary. Even the primitive immortal demon era shouldn't have been able to build such an amazing divine object. Such a huge stone pillar was hundreds, if not thousands, of times more terrifying than a super life planet. Up until now, Lu Feng had never heard of such a miraculous building. Even the Gufang star can't compare to this stone pillar. Lu Feng already knew that the Gufang star was a tool, but such an amazing tool was only the size of a super life planet. Compared to the sacred relic stone pillar in front of him, it was more than a level lower. The great wilderness totem is just a tiny existence in front of it. The size of the sacred relic stone pillar far exceeded the limits of any technological civilization. It could be said that this was a terrifying sacred relic that no civilization could create. Perhaps there really is a civilization that can be created, and that civilization could only be the legendary starting point of all civilizations, the primitive, immortal demon era. Chapter 573. In Lu Feng's opinion, only the primordial immortal devil era could possibly create such a magnificent and indescribable sacred site. Its width was already incomparably terrifying, but its height had already reached a kind of limit. He lifted his head, lifted his head, lifted his head, and continued to lift his head. Lu Feng's head was already almost vertical, but he still couldn't see the top of the stone pillar. This scene made Lu Feng take a deep breath. How tall is this? Just its height alone would probably surpass the highest peak in the universe, the fallen Saint Peak. The fallen Saint Peak was publicly recognized as the highest peak in the universe. Its height exceeded tens of millions of miles, reaching into the horizon and piercing into the depths of the universe. In the face of such an astonishing peak, even gods would be subdued. However, the sacred site stone pillar in front of him gave Lu Feng a feeling that it was many times more terrifying than the fallen Saint Peak. If this sacred site stone pillar was placed in the universe, I'm afraid that anyone would be shocked. Even gods would tremble. In the face of such a colossal object, any existence would be terrified. Even in Lu Feng's own consciousness space, where Lu Feng was the master, Lu Feng felt a faint sense of majesty as he looked at the sacred site stone pillar. Lu Feng was completely silent as he quietly sized up the sacred site stone pillar. He didn't know why this thing had appeared on the third level or what it could be used for. On the first level, I obtained 2 unparalleled heaven-defying techniques. On the second level, I obtained countless resources that allowed my martial path comprehension to reach the pinnacle. The existence of those crystallized laws will be of great benefit to me in my future cultivation. Now, only this sacred site stone pillar exists on the 3rd level. I wonder what its specific uses are. After calculating the time, Lu Feng realized that not even half a day had passed since he'd entered. Therefore, he wasn't too anxious. He quietly sized up the stone pillar, hoping to find something special about it. This research lasted for 2 whole days. 2 days passed. Lu Feng stood in the same place, still unable to research anything. Of course, Lu Feng had also thought of this. How could something like this, which could be said to be a sacred relic of a universe, be so easily studied? Furthermore, it existed in heavenly Futu. The existence of Tongtian Futu was the greatest secret of the universe. Looking at the stone pillar, Lu Feng hesitated and fell silent. He had already given up on thinking. After 2 days of contemplation and silence, Lu Feng had vaguely sensed something. He could feel a faint calling from the stone pillar. This aura seemed to originate from the entire stone pillar and not from a single place. Lu Feng was hesitating. He was really hesitating. This was because he had already thought of a solution that could not be considered a solution. Lu Feng raised his head and looked up again. What he saw was still the stone pillar that was as smooth as a mirror. This level of brilliance was something he had never seen before. Finally, Lu Feng exhaled softly. At this moment, Lu Feng made up his mind. No matter what, I have to give it a try. Otherwise, how can I be satisfied? Lu Feng knew that no matter how many times he succeeded, he had only obtained them after putting in a lot of effort. Moreover, every time he succeeded, he was walking on the edge of death. If he did not try, then he would definitely not succeed. Therefore, Lu Feng decided to take a risk. Actually, this is not considered a risk. After all, I should not be in any danger in heavenly Futu. Since he had already made up his mind, Lu Feng did not hesitate anymore. The next moment, he finally placed his arm slowly on the stone pillar. An illusion, an illusion. Looking at everything in front of him, Lu Feng understood that he seemed to have come to an illusion again. Could it be that this stone pillar contains a kind of memory? Only the existence of a memory could be recorded using an illusion like this. Written records were simply unable to accurately record everything. Only illusions, the reappearance of such scenes, could truly record everything that had happened in the past. Lu Feng's heart trembled slowly. An illusion in heavenly Futu. This was the first time he had seen it so far. Lu Feng hoped that from this illusion, he could find out the secret of heavenly Futu. Finally, everything in front of him began to appear. Chaos appeared, a piece of space-time disorder. This was a primitive universe, a space-time filled with endless unknowns and confusion. Lu Feng seemed to be the supreme existence of heaven and earth. He could see the appearance of everything, the evolution of everything, and the progress of everything. In a trance, he seemed to have experienced countless worlds, experienced the endless expansion of the universe, and experienced the changes of endless eras. Finally, on a continent that spanned almost the entire universe, traces of life appeared. Signs of life appeared. Looking at the gradually born, the endless aura of desolation and the gradual evolution of life from the chaos, Lu Feng was shocked. This is a human. A human. It was really a human. It seemed to be a human. Lu Feng was not sure whether it was a human or not. Lu Feng vaguely felt that it did not seem to be a pure human. Lu Feng vaguely felt that there seemed to be some differences between it and the current human race. Lu Feng looked at the so-called human race quietly, as if he was a witness to history. He witnessed the emergence, development, and rise of a race. Gradually, a civilization appeared in the human race. Their civilization was not a technological civilization, but a martial civilization. It was another civilization similar to the Psyche Masters. Countless humans appeared, and gradually, they prospered and developed on this never-before-seen ancient continent. This process would take hundreds of millions of years. Finally, after countless years of accumulation, a human seemed to have seen through the essence of cultivation. His cultivation began to make a historical breakthrough. He finally began to transform crazily. He became stronger, stronger, and stronger again. His strength led the surrounding living beings to become stronger. Countless existences broke through one after another and became experts. They walked on the path to the peak. After countless years of evolution, Lu Feng saw many existences finally make a complete breakthrough. They walked to an unprecedented realm. In a breath, heaven and earth surrendered. When they moved, space and time trembled. This is a king realm expert. The method of a king realm expert was to create heaven and earth and seize the essence of the universe. This was the essence of a king realm expert. At this moment, the most powerful expert actually displayed such a terrifying power. Lu Feng did not know what such an expert was called in that era. However, in this era of technological civilization, such a power was a king realm expert. The appearance of a king realm expert evolved endless phenomena and began the creation of an even more powerful civilization. As for the countless humans, they were no longer satisfied with being trapped in a single region. They began the journey of becoming stronger and began the journey of conquest. The chaotic space-time had not ended yet. Between heaven and earth, there were dangerous places everywhere. Finally, during one of his exploratory journeys, he perished. The only mighty figure in the king realm had died. However, such danger could not stop the human race from becoming stronger. It could not stop their journey of transformation. After one fell, an even more talented existence appeared. They shook the sky and began to break through even more limits. Vaguely, countless eras and epochs had passed. In this chaotic space, the only dawn was suddenly born. That light was the praise of everything between heaven and earth. It was a kind of praise of space-time and a kind of praise of fate. An invincible monster was born. After experiencing endless hardships, he finally surpassed the ancestor of the past and walked into a realm of endless majesty. His existence was something that even space-time and fate had to acknowledge. He was a supreme majesty that could easily shatter heaven and earth and change the sun, moon, and stars. King, that was a real king. Finally, a true king emerged from the human race, a supreme God King, the supreme of the universe, the peerless divine king. This was the description of the divine king. Their existence could suppress destiny and force the universe to retreat. The appearance of the God King suppressed the flow of karmic luck and finally changed the difficult situation of the human race. The space where the human race lived completely stabilized the moment the divine king was born. The endless disasters in the surroundings finally disappeared completely and became a thing of the past. The living environment of the human race changed qualitatively. At this moment, Lu Feng finally came to a realization. He finally understood everything. The divine king's existence is different from the divine king's existence. The biggest difference is that the existence of the divine king can suppress fate. This so-called suppression of fate is actually like this. Suppressing fate. This completely changed everything. No wonder, once the divine king's existence was lost, any pinnacle race would quickly decline. It was no wonder that the human race, despite possessing such great battle prowess and possessing so many supremes of the other path, would still be in such a frenzy to produce a supreme God King. Only a godly monarch supremacy could truly suppress the human race's destiny and allow the human race to develop better. Only a godly monarch supremacy could create a suitable environment for the human race to develop. This kind of power was not something a divine king could achieve. Even a divine king, with the battle prowess of the divine king, would not be able to achieve this. The appearance of the God King Autarch had given the human race room for development and a place to live. At this time, Lu Feng finally saw how terrifying the human race was and how monstrous their talent was. After the Divine King stabilized fate, the human race's development ushered in a terrifying peak. Monstrous geniuses emerged one after another. Almost every new child was at least a pinnacle genius. Furthermore, there were quite a few kings of slaughter among them. This was undoubtedly terrifying. In this era, the total number of monstrous geniuses and monstrous geniuses could not compare to the number of monstrous geniuses and monstrous geniuses of the human race in this illusion. With so many monstrous geniuses and monstrous geniuses, the human race naturally became even stronger. This time, the Divine King had learned a lesson from the previous Divine King. He was not in a hurry to open up space-time and search for a vaster world. Instead, he continued to revitalize the human race and nurture the geniuses and monstrous geniuses of the human race. Finally, 10,000 years after the birth of the Divine King, another monstrous genius of the human race made a breakthrough and achieved the supreme status of the Divine King. Then, another 100,000 years passed. At this time, the development of the human race reached a peak. The Divine King's experts emerged one after another. There were almost 100 of them. Among them, a supreme existence like the Overlord of Time was born. Even so, the human race did not act impulsively. They seemed to understand that with their current strength, they could not conquer everything in this world. They were still quiet, still flourishing. Suddenly, another 100,000 years had passed. On this day, 200,000 years after the birth of the first Divine King, the human race finally flourished. Because at this time, the human race gave birth to a truly invincible existence, the Overlord of the Epic. The appearance of the Overlord of the Epic caused the human race to seethe. They were completely invincible. They looked down on the current era and were invincible in space-time. At this time, the number of the Divine King of the human race had reached an astonishing 500. Lu Feng believed that the strength of the human race alone was enough to sweep through any epic apart from the immortal devil era. 500 Divine King coexisted in the current era. There were more than 20 overlords of time. There were even overlords of the epic. Such a lineup was truly invincible. Finally, at this most prosperous moment, the human race made their move. Finally, they had begun their great journey of expedition. Chapter 574. This continent was simply too big and too terrifying. The entire continent was like a universe. Lu Feng had never heard of such a continent before. Such an existence was indescribable. The journey of the expedition was filled with countless dangers and obstacles. The era of primal chaos had yet to pass. Everywhere was filled with peerless killing intent. There was no lack of terrifying traps that could kill the Divine King. Looking at the chaotic turbulence and the abyss filled with death, Lu Feng believed that even 1,000 Divine King Supremes would have perished if there had not been an epic overlord and 20 temporal overlords. Such an era was too terrifying. Even the Divine King Supremes were in danger of perishing. Every region conquered by the human race would have a Divine King Supremes guarding it. The existence of the Divine King Supremes could suppress fate and destiny. In an instant, these regions transformed and became suitable for the human race to live in. The number of expeditionary troops decreased, but the territory of the human race grew larger and larger. After 1,000 years of the expedition, the territory of the human race had reached 10,000 times its original size. Looking at such a scene, Lu Feng had a vague premonition that the next terrifying transformation of the human race was coming. Finally, on the 2,000th year of the expedition, Lu Feng understood and was shocked. So, everything is like this, looking at the first living being other than the human race in front of him. Looking at that familiar face, Lu Feng fell completely silent. At this moment, all the doubts in his heart were gone. Lu Feng finally understood everything. The corners of his mouth curled into a strange smile. When he looked at the terrifying collision scene, he was no longer confused. I remember that ferocious beast was called the primeval heavenly dragon. The primeval heavenly dragon was an existence of endless legends. It was a sacred beast that had never appeared in any epic. It was the ancestor of the dragon race in the legends. It was the most terrifying king that possessed the power of an epic overlord. As it turns out, they're not humans at all. They're immortals. These people weren't humans at all. They were immortals. He was one of the true protagonists of the immortal devil age, the greatest existence in the legends. Immortal. No wonder the continent here is as big as the entire universe. No wonder so many monstrous geniuses have been born from the human race. No wonder their cultivation speed is so shocking. No wonder they look so similar to the human race. The primeval heavenly dragon was the ancestor of the dragon race, a supreme existence that only existed in the primeval immortal devil era. Lu Feng's doubts were completely dispelled when he saw the primeval sky dragon appear. At this moment, when he looked at the humans on the screen, he was no longer as indifferent as before. His heart was filled with admiration. This admiration wasn't because of the strength of the immortals, but because of their existence. They were the ancestors of all the races that appeared in the future. If the immortals hadn't clashed with the endless chaos and created a suitable place for life to appear on a large scale, there wouldn't have been so many races appearing in the future. The immortals weren't just powerful to the billions of races that came after. They were also a kind of faith. Lu Feng was silent. He had guessed that this terrifying continent, which was as big as the universe, wasn't something that could be found in any epic. Now that he thought about it carefully, this should be the legendary primeval immortal devil world. The illusion here was the primeval immortal devil world, the primeval immortal devil era. Lu Feng was shocked. He was silent and looked at the scene in front of him with admiration. Everything that was happening, the primeval sky dragon, was too terrifying. Although it was only at the level of an epic overlord, it was at the same level as the immortal master. However, because it was a natural sacred beast and had the primeval chaos origin, its power was slightly stronger than the immortal masters. And it was because of the primeval sky dragon that the immortals encountered an unprecedented predicament. A great war, an endless great war that tore apart heaven and earth, shattered space-time, and emptied the world. This was an unprecedented great war in the primeval chaos. It was the most terrifying massacre that Lu Feng had ever seen. The clash between the overlords of an epoch was unprecedented in history. Moreover, there were more than a dozen temporal overlords and hundreds of divine king supremes in the mix. Such a battle had surpassed all limits. After the earth-shattering battle, everything disappeared. The huge space that was as big as hundreds or even thousands of supergalaxies was smashed into nothingness. Among the hundreds of divine king existences, only less than 10 were left. As for the immortals, more than half of their temporal overlords had fallen. The immortal master was severely injured and could no longer fight. But the primeval sky dragon didn't die in the end. It still existed peacefully. Although it was also severely injured, its own characteristics determined that it could still fight. This was the primeval sky dragon, the ancestor of the dragon race. Among the billions of living beings, it was a natural overlord. Apart from the legendary 3 invincible king beasts that were comparable to the supreme ruler, the primeval sky dragon was the pinnacle existence among the divine beasts, sacred beasts, and immortal beasts. Lu Feng could clearly see the endless coldness in the primeval sky dragon's eyes. It was a terrifying gaze filled with endless killing intent. The immortals were defeated. There was no excuse for their defeat. In most powerful head-on clash, they couldn't resist at all. Finally, the immortal master of the immortals walked out from the endless annihilation. He conversed with the primeval sky dragon. After a long time, they finally reached an agreement. Many of the immortals left. As for the primeval sky dragon, it remained in its original position. And from then on, this place became a true, peerless, forbidden land. The immortals' conquest finally came to an end. After gaining territory that was tens of thousands of times larger than before, monstrous geniuses once again appeared like a geyser. Countless monstrous geniuses ran amok, and geniuses were everywhere. Gradually, the immortal arts finally took shape and began to form a complete system. Countless immortals followed this cultivation method and began to ascend to the supreme pinnacle step by step. Their cultivation speed had reached an unimaginable level. Once again, the number of god kings and supreme sovereigns increased explosively. On average, tens of thousands of supreme divine king would be born in 100,000 years. Although the world of chaos was incomparably dangerous, the various divine items that appeared were also incomparable to those of the later generations. The divine items here were all 5th grade and above. As for 9th grade divine items, although they couldn't be said to be everywhere, they weren't difficult to find as long as one was diligent enough. In such a flourishing age, using the countless divine items, some of the immortals' monstrous geniuses gradually discovered the art of pill refinement. In the end, they created heaven-defying divine pills that could replenish one's life. Countless divine king used the divine pills and continued to live a second and third life. Just like that, when the immortals had developed for tens of millions of years, the terrifying scene of countless divine king coexisting in a flourishing age appeared. Looking at the divine king that filled the sky, seeing that almost all of them were existences above the gods, Lu Feng fell silent. He was completely speechless. This kind of immortals was simply unimaginable and incomparable to any other race in the future. Even if all the existences born in an era were added together, there would still be no match for the immortals. Since ancient times, the first race after the beginning of chaos, the eternal immortals, is indeed powerful. Time passed, and the immortal civilization developed to the extreme. They continued to expand their territory, conquering almost half of this supreme continent that was comparable to the universe. It was at this time that Lu Feng saw the greatest secret. Among the immortals, there were heaven-defying geniuses who no longer focused on the cultivation system of the past. They actually created a brand new cultivation method of their own. And what this cultivation method tempered was the physical body. It was actually the path of martial arts. At this moment, Lu Feng was really shocked. In the ancient legends, 2 major races were born in the chaos, the immortals and the demons. But who would have thought that only the immortals were born? The demons are a branch of the immortals. He's one of the immortals, an immortal who walks a different path. Immortals and demons coexisted. There is no so-called war between immortals and demons in the legends, nor was there a shocking battle between the immortals and demons. They came from the same race. They were the same race. The so-called immortals and demons were only given by later generations. Between them, they were always the same. The only difference was that the cultivation system was different. This was a brand new golden age, a golden age that surpassed the peak of the past. The cultivation method of demons was obviously more suitable for breakthroughs. Demons were actually the predecessor of martial arts, and immortals were the predecessor of psychic masters. Although the immortals were born with amazing talent, it was also not easy for them to cultivate to become great existences. More and more monstrous talents and geniuses began to choose the cultivation system of demons. However, those who were truly at the peak still chose the cultivation of immortals. The appearance of demons allowed the immortals' cultivation speed to reach a kind of extreme. The number of divine King Supreme beings once again exploded. The immortal and devil era had finally ushered in a truly prosperous era. After countless years of development, with the cooperation of this enormous number of monstrous geniuses and the joint efforts of the immortal and devil races, a peerless monstrous genius had finally emerged. And this monstrous talent gave Lu Feng the same feeling. He was actually the taboo king. Sure enough, the existence of the Taboo King needs to be born from millions and millions of monstrous talents. This is simply not something that can be done with talent. Lu Feng suddenly understood. No matter if it was the Demon King, Immortal King, or even the Divine King Sage King, they must have gone through countless killings and finally transformed to become the Taboo King. It wasn't just them. Wasn't Lu Feng the same? After going through so much, facing countless killings, he finally walked step by step to reach his current position. Lu Feng watched quietly, his heart trembling unceasingly. The existence of the Taboo King could no longer be described as shocking. He finally saw how heaven-defying the Taboo King was after exhausting all resources and wholeheartedly devoted to cultivation. At the age of 15, he fought against the heavens and ascended to the glorious position of the Taboo King. Then the immortals and demons poured endless resources into him, allowing him to directly enter the divine spirit realm from the evolution stage in just 2 years. Such speed was unparalleled in the world, enough to surpass the limits of any era's monstrous talent. At the age of 20, he became a true god. At the age of 23, he became a heavenly god. At the age of 30, he entered the virtual king realm. At the age of 100, he finally broke through and became the divine, king supreme being. In the following 1,000 years, the Taboo King could be said to have shaken the immortal demon era. In the past, the Immortal Master had used nearly 100,000 years to finally reach the Overlord realm. However, the Taboo King had achieved unparalleled greatness in just a few hundred years and reached the Overlord realm. At the moment, the immortal race had reached the peak of prosperity. The number of divine king experts was terrifying in the primitive immortal demon era. There were hundreds and thousands of times more than when the immortal demon era prospered. Similarly, there were hundreds of overlords as strong as the overlords of the era. The Taboo King became the overlord of the era and was revered as the supreme immortal master. He had shocking power. Ordinary overlords were no match for him. Finally, the immortal race began their second expedition. This time, the expedition swept across the entire immortal demon continent. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.